far, they hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball, I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say, I got them picking up the pieces. Better me, you really playing with your life, I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this, go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing, keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get dangerous, cause it can get dangerous, cause it can get dangerous. Ay, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk, I just show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing, keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get dangerous, cause it can get dangerous, cause it can get dangerous.
Ladies and gentlemen, what up, what up, what up? I'm late this morning, bro, chasing myself around this thing, man. What's good to everybody in the building, man? Shout out to everybody in the building. Patient with me while I set up. I'm running late today, chasing myself around here, trying to make it happen. Believe it or not, I didn't wake up too long ago. It is what it is, man. Long night last night. Long night last night, man. Shout out to Jazzy John Parks in the building. Flexing, stepping in the building. Mohab Salam in the building, man. I love King. Oh, goodness gracious. I love King Clay. I'm a fan. Keep going, man. Ah, man, appreciate you. Thank you, man. Yeah, we about to get it going in a minute here. Let me set up all my whatnots and doohickeys. Hold on a second here. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. Bear with me here. Continue. All right, let's do this. Instead, let's do this. Let's do this. All righty, and let's do this. All right, I'm assuming I missed that heavyweight fight, which I knew I had a feeling was gonna. Let me see here. Did I miss it? Is that what happened? Yeah, man. So yeah, he knocked him out quick. Right? I had a feeling that's what was gonna happen. I had a feeling that's what was gonna happen. I didn't get a chance to see it. I got to catch it on the replay. But we in the building. We in the building. We are in the building, man. Salute to everybody who is in the building, man. Thanks for your patience, man. Hit that like button, of course. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. We're late. I think I'm 2 fights into the main event here. 1 second here. Let me just do one more thing here. Just want to make sure I have everything I need here. Let's make sure. Woo. see here. Let's see here. All right, so I just missed Richard Riokpour and Tommy Welch. What was that? Had to be an early. It was a TKO. What round was that? Yeah, second round TKO. Kind of seen that coming. I'm not going to even lie to you, man. But looks like the next fight we should be getting into here. Let me see here. Close. Oh, Sam Gilly lost to Ishmael Davis, unanimous decision. Yeah, so we should be getting into the three main events. Well, the third fight of the night, and then going into the co-main event. So I guess we're about to see Adam Azim and Kurt Scobby get at it. No doubt, flexing and stepping, no doubt. Catching right there. I'm watching my guy, Coach Bermudez, over there in England right now doing the work. Shout out to Coach Bermudez. Has Scobby in there looking good on those mitts. This is going to be a very interesting fight. I'm glad I walked up in here on this fight right here because Adam Azim obviously coming with a lot of energy coming out of the UK right now. They're looking at him to be the future of the 140, 147 division, trying to get him in some conversations right now, but he's still, for all argument purposes, has some prospect energy about him, or some untested energy about him, right? And this fight right here seems like it's going to be the one to really kind of like give us a real idea of who we're dealing with when it comes to Adam Azim, and of course Kurt Scobby, kind of flying under the radar a little bit. He's going to be a challenge because he's a dog, but he does come with his own shortcoming. Short arms, kind of a short fighter, but very explosive fighter in his own right as well. So Adam Azim gets a test right now that kind of like separates him, gives him an opportunity to separate himself from his peers just a little bit, right? Or put him in a conversation with a new set of peers. So this fight right here is going to be definitely an interesting fight, 100%. Looking forward to call this one up and see how Adam Azim deals with this type of energy here. The American Kurt Scobby obviously bringing that energy and that American style of boxing, that Black Americans, some might even consider it slick at times, but I don't know how we would describe it, right? Let's see what we think about it tonight after we watch him in the ring with Adam Azim, and let's see if Kurt Scobby takes this opportunity to go ahead and steal this away from Adam Azim and says, you know what, this is actually my coming out party, right? This is actually my coming out party. I'm not going to even lie to you. This is my coming out party. You got invited to my party. You know what I mean? You thought it was your coming out party, but it's really my coming out party. Right? It is what it is. Oh, seeing Chris Mannix right now in his hotel room, and he's giving a little breakdown here. I'm not listening, obviously. I got it on quiet time. Right now. Let me see here. Getting my coffee in right now. Black, no sugar. Shout out to Tim Bradley. Guys, I just woke up like about an hour ago, if that long. Probably not even that long. No doubt, Woo. Good afternoon. Definitely was gonna do. That's what I do, man. Is these live commentaries more than even the content. Really, this is what I really, what I really want to see is a fight and call the fight, right? I give the content in between, and I cover the sport. But this is what it's all about right here. This is what it's all about. See, if this ain't happening, there's no reason to even make the content, right? So I'm definitely not going to miss out on this. I know some people would, they want to wait for, all the tabloid stuff, you know what I mean? All the chatty patty, he say, she say to come out and then do news on that, right? Which I'll do too, right? Because I know deep inside all of us, we all got a little bit of nosiness in us, and we want to see, we want to hear about, get some perspective on the rumors and the things that are coming out and the speculation in the space. But ultimately, this is what it's all about right here, right? This is what it's all about right here. It's about these fights happening. And the talk is all about making the fights happen and calling the fights when they happen. That's what it's all about for me personally, right? That's what I'm here. That's what I'm here for. So it is what it is. I appreciate all you guys who are patient and come here and come and hang out and come and catch fight news, right? And catch the commentary on the fights and interested in the fights happening, because that's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about. I'm feeling good. I slept real good, but I'm also feeling like I just woke up. I'm definitely feeling like that as well. But I'm feeling very refreshed, man. Definitely got that sleep, and I didn't go to sleep until like early this morning. You know what I mean? I'll be early this morning, well, late this morning, however you want to look at it, right? The sun was just about to come out when I finally need to go to sleep. End up staying on night handling personal stuff. But I feel good, man. Let me see. Clay, can you explain the $25 a month extra on the zone? I mean, explain it. Are you talking about for the ultimate package, which is really like $15? It should be $15 more a month, unless you were paying the 19. I guess you okay. So you were paying the yearly fee. Okay, but if you're paying the yearly fee, it's really like $37 a month, which is really what, like 20? It's like $17 extra a month, right? Is that what you're talking about? Let me see here. Shout out G Tat. It says, I need to check your DM real quick. This is diabolical. I need you to react to what I just sent you live. Okay. I need you to. Okay. Let me see what you sent me. What did you send me? Oh. Conor Benn has not recently beaten anyone, but he lost to Chris Eubank in their rematch on November 15th. By unanimous decision, which was their second fight. Previously, Eubank Jr. also defeated Benn by unanimous decision in their first fight in April. Yeah. This is going to be interesting. I'm looking at it, man, and I don't know, man. Let's see if Conor Benn can prove AI wrong. AI has been pretty much like I don't know how many numbers, 5 for 5, 4 for 4. You know what I mean? I'm trying to remember all the ones that they predicted. Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, Amanda Serrano, Katie Taylor. I can't remember right now. It's just not the time for me, man. But let's see if he does, man. I think Chris Eubank takes a decision as well, man. I think the strategy with Bomac and the strategy and the aptitude of Chris Eubank is gonna. I think Chris Eubank wins this fight easier than he won the first one. I'm gonna be honest with you, but we'll see. Conor Benn can really put some perspective on this and make this fight the kind of fight that that gives him some respect as well, as far as his IQ. And I mean, this is a big challenge and a step up for Conor Benn here. You know, if he would have knocked out Chris Eubank, this would just put him on the map, right? But ultimately, you know, what are we looking for going into this fight? Are we looking to see Conor Benn knock out Chris Eubank? Are we looking to see Chris Eubank outbox Conor Benn? Are we looking to see Chris Eubank knock out Conor Benn? Do we want to see Conor Benn box all of a sudden and see this IQ that we've been kind of like sleeping on him about? I don't know, right? I don't know. I think going into this fight, without a doubt, we're looking to see a lot of adjustments, period. Just adjustments. Want to see these guys adapt to the information that they've gotten being in the ring with each other for 12 rounds and a crazy fight of the year candidate fight back in April. And want to see if these guys can make the adjustments here. And let's see if Conor Benn can close the gap a little bit more in this fight. And if that might be enough to get him a victory. And at the same time, let's see if Chris Eubank can take advantage. If Chris Eubank can, you know, going into the first fight, Chris Eubank just felt like Conor Benn wasn't going to be able to compete with him. He felt like he was just a wild, short, smaller fighter, and that he was really above his pay grade, that Chris Eubank was just way more experienced than him. And he felt like that was going to show up that night as a big mismatch. That's not what happened. It ended up being an all-out rock'em sock'em brawl, right, of a fight, and a very entertaining fight, to say that, not to mention all of the outside things that are going on outside the ring. But Chris also went into this fight with a lot of issues, you know, bad weight cut, you know, issues with his family in with his father in particular. And how was that going to translate on the evening when we saw the father finally pull up? Was that the last bit of energy that Chris Eubanks Jr. needed to put on the performance that he did? Because he was out on his feet. Well, he was on Bambi legs multiple times in the fight. Multiple times in the fight, Conor Benn did connect with Chris Eubanks, and it looked like he hurt Chris Eubanks. So we know that Conor Benn now going into this fight knows that he can hurt Chris Eubanks, and he probably knew that already. He probably believed that, at least, because he was calling for the knockout. But it's one thing to know something about yourself or have belief in yourself, and it's another thing to actually be tried true. And Conor Benn, I think, has every reason to believe going into this fight that he has every reason to believe going into this fight that he hurt Chris Eubanks, and that Chris Eubanks caught the worst of the fight that they had with each other, right? Although the judges seen it differently and let Chris Eubanks get more rounds, the lion's share of 12 rounds, ultimately Conor Benn sent Chris Eubanks, for all argument purposes, to the hospital. And we saw the pictures with his jaw swollen, and we didn't see that with Conor Benn, right? Conor Benn just didn't look that bad. So it is what it is. It is what it is, man. You know what I mean? Shout out to Shamar Brandon in the building, says, I'm trying to figure out why is Devin Haney's nose and lips so swollen. Is it a birth defect? Damn, bro. Yeah, bro. I don't know, Shamar. I don't know why, man. Let me see here. G Tad said, that's what I'm saying. I think Conor Benn can knock him out if he fights a little smarter without his emotion, because if you look at the first fight, he was just winging them shots and some was landing. Yeah, I think that Conor Benn, and it's shout out to you, G Tatted, right? I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, man, he was emotional in that first fight. But if you watch the show yesterday and what I was talking about, he does want to control the emotions, but he doesn't want to subdue the emotions so much, right? Because the emotions are part of who Conor Benn is. It's part of what he brings to the fight. That's the energy that he brings. You know what I mean? That all is that's a total part of the package, right? Like, it's kind of like with the Jerron Boots Ennis conversation, when that comes up about him, taking chances in the ring and, getting hit more than people want to see him get hit. And we do believe that he could get hit less, but ultimately, when it all comes down to it, at the end of the day, Jerron Boots Ennis is an undefeated fighter, and the way who he is what got him where he's at. So do we want him to put all of that away when he gets into his biggest fights? Do we want him to be a brand new fighter when we get in his biggest fights? Or is his best chance to win all of the biggest fights is him being himself and taking those chances? Because although him taking those chances may get him hit more than we want to see him get hit, it also is the reason why he's in position to take advantage of those openings to hit people with shots that they don't see coming, right? His ability to react and counterpunch and be the fighter that he is. So same thing here translates with Conor Benn. Conor Benn, at the end of the day, who he is who he is, and it's what got him to the big show. So at the end of the day, are we going to ask him to subdue that tonight and for him to be a complete different fighter just because, it's fundamentally not necessarily what we think is the right way to approach a fight? Or do we allow him to be himself and celebrate him for who he is? And let's see if the best version of himself can beat the best version of Chris Eubanks, right? And the best version of himself may be a version of himself that has a lot of emotions, right? We're getting ready to go into this fight right now. Azim and Kurt Scobby, right? Kurt Scobby, getting ready to give it up right now for what is this, a 10-rounder? No, it's a 12-rounder right here. I think a 12-rounder right here. Kurt Scobby looks like he's in his bag and his energy right now, making his way to the ring, walking to the ring right now. Kurt soaking in the energy of the building right now, soaking in the energy, taking a look around, knowing that he's in the backyard of the favorite, the hometown favorite, Azim, right now, right? Building is not packed right now, so he's getting the energy of the people who are there. The UK is a great boxing town, so I'm sure he's being celebrated at the highest level as well. I don't have the sound on, but I doubt that he's being booed right now, right? But clearly, he's not the hometown favorite, right? He's in the backyard. He's in the backyard. There's Coach Bermudez right there walking his fighters into the ring. Bermudez looks like a damn hitman. like a yo, there we go, man. Offers his last minute dua before he gets into the ring. You know what I mean? Hope both fighters are healthy at the end of this one. Both fighters go home to their families, but ultimately we want the best fight as well, right? Let's see it happen. Let's go, Flex and Sepp and Trinity BX in the building. Salute to you, fam. Says hoping Scobby pull off the upset. Let's go. Stay focused. 100%, man. 100%. And here comes the hometown favorite right now, Adam Azim. Adam Azim looking to make a name for himself in the 140-pound weight class division. This kid right here may be the future of 147, as 147 is in the rebuilding phase, and we're seeing things happen at 147, but 140 is also getting ready to jump off. We're with the new circulation of information of Keyshawn Davis, and we're anticipating his return soon in the division. Shakur Stevenson about to fight Teofimo Lopez in the division. We got a lot of things going on. Richardson Hitchens, champion in division. Gary Antoine Russell in the division, and we even have Lamont Roach getting ready to fight for an interim title against Isaac Cruz in the coming weeks. So the division 140 is picking up. Does Adam Azim fit into that model at all? Where does he fit? Well, let's see tonight. Maybe a night that kind of separates him from a lot of his peers, and maybe we can put him in some of those conversations, and he can make the division that much more interesting, right? It is, and it is what it is. G Tatted in the building says, you and Blue the best, hands down. Y'all keep it real and fair. Y'all don't name, call, or mean fighters. You give the criticism when it's due, and y'all give the praise when it's due. Oh, appreciate that, man. Thank you, man. Yeah, I definitely think we do, man. You know what I mean? These fighters, man, they put their life on the line, man. And I know it's hard for people to hear people offer criticism to these fighters, because in the back of everybody's mind, we know that. I know that personally. I'm not getting in the ring to do what they're doing, right? These guys are all warriors and the best athletes in the world, right? They represent that. And we're here watching it, but we also going to hold these fighters accountable to their own abilities, right? Not to our abilities, right? So a fighter has higher expectation, higher standards. We hold them to the highest standards, especially when we're talking about world championship boxing, right? Prospects, they get there, you give them their grace because you know that they're learning and they're getting used to the space, and a lot of them transitioning from amateur backgrounds or even Olympic backgrounds. So, all of that has to translate into a pro style. But these championship fighters that want to compete with each other, we got to hold them accountable to the highest standards, bro. They're not going to make it. The cream won't rise. Right. So sometimes people take that the way they're going to take it, but it is what it is. But always respect to all of these fighters. Never anything personal. We don't know these fighters on a personal level at all. We only know them for what they're doing inside of that ring. And if we're speaking on what's happening inside of that ring. Or if we are speaking on something that's happening outside the ring, we're speaking on it specifically because of the way it affects what's going on inside the ring. Anything other than that, it's just, what did the Old Spice with Marvin Hagler used to say? It's simply uncivilized. No doubt, man. Let's see what ends up happening here, man. Let's see what ends up happening here. Kurt Scobby, 18-1, 16 knockouts. Hometown Duarte, California, working out of Pennsylvania right now, or living in Pennsylvania right now. There he is, Coach Bermudez. You guys see him all the time on the Hangout. Shout out to the Hangout and Johnny in them over there. Coach Bermudez has his fighter on the big stage right now. Let's see how well he prepared his fighter to get in the ring with this hometown favorite, Adam Azim, sitting with a 13-0 record, 10 knockouts, coming out of Slough, England. I gotta make my way to England, man. That is a trip I'm going to make happen. It's on my heart right now to really make that happen, man. Hook up with some of my UK people out there. Definitely go up there and catch that energy, man. Because man, that UK energy during boxing matches, you know what I mean? Sweet Caroline. Oh man, bro, I want to see what that's all about. Last minute replacement, sometimes surprise. 100% that guy, 100%. Morab Salim says, I think T.O.'s going to back out. You think so? I hope not, man. I really hope not. I'm not sure, G Tatted. Maybe. Let's go. We're going into the first round right now as the referee's clearing out all of the supporting cast. Everybody's out. Let's get ready. Both fighters approach the center of the ring. Adam Azim in the white shorts, Kurt Scobby in the brown and gold shorts in the middle of the ring as Adam Azim takes ring generalship in the middle of the ring. Behind that jab, a very stiff jab as Kurt Scobby. We already can tell what the game plan is going to be. The first thing Kurt Scobby needs to figure out is the timing of Adam Azim so he can get past that jab, right? He needs to get up under that jab. Kurt Scobby in the high guard, holding down the center of the ring as well as Adam Azim is level changing now, standing behind that jab and effectively at this point backing up Kurt Scobby kind of, right? Kurt Scobby on his lateral move and moving around to his left and just looking for that opportunity to get in there as Adam Azim is also being patient, not processing data as much as trying to dictate the pace of the fight, doubling, tripling up on that jab, walking Kurt Scobby down, and Kurt Scobby seems to be just trying to get the timing here as Adam Azim is establishing the distance and also getting that timing down on point. Beautiful. Adam Azim follows up behind that jab with a nice right hook to the body right there of Kurt Scobby. Kurt Scobby gets up under, starts to move his head a little bit more. Now Kurt Scobby's starting to pump his own jab a little bit here. You know, everything gets set up on the back of that jab. So Kurt Scobby needs to get that jab going as well, staying on that high guard as Adam Azim continues to pump that jab out. That left hand is stiff and with bad intentions on it, understanding that he needs to get the respect of Kurt Scobby in this fight. Don't let Kurt Scobby bully you or overpress you. To get your respect early. And Adam Azim is doing a good job being patient and waiting and staying behind that jab. Nice check left hook to the body of Kurt Scobby right there. We are at the minute and 20-second mark here of the first round as Adam Azim continues to stay behind that jab. Kurt Scobby staying in that high guard. There we go. Adam Azim follows up with a nice right hook to the body, doubles up on that jab, backing Kurt Scobby up. Kurt Scobby hasn't shown us any answer to what Adam Azim is doing right now. As Adam Azim is doing the right thing. I think Adam Azim is beautiful. Adam Azim now following it up, big overhand right after doubling up on the jab. And that's what it's all about, right? Adam Azim understanding that not only throwing one jab, doubling up, tripling up on the jab, level changing. He needs to keep Kurt Scobby outside where he can be effective and where Kurt Scobby has to work to get something done. And Kurt Scobby moving nice. Stabbed him to the body with as he jabs him hard to the body. And that's another thing. Adam Azim with a real mean jab. Beautiful check right hook to the body. Nasty right hook to the body of Kurt Scobby. Kurt Scobby has some data to go process. I wonder what kind of advice Bermuda is going to give him going into this round. Beautiful. Adam Azim, this is a one-sided round right now. As Kurt Scobby is, for all argument, his purposes is just processing the data, right? He got some instructions, I think, from the corner or somebody right there, and basically let him know that he has it. There we go. Kurt Scobby now starting to level change a little bit, try to stab him to the body a little bit. Adam Azim is so accurate, laser focused with that jab, and that jab alone is giving Kurt Scobby all the Scooby snacks he can eat in that first round right there. Kurt Scobby has to adjust. He has to adjust. Adam Azim, very successful round. That's definitely an Adam Azim round right there. That jab was just masterful. A very masterful jab. And Kurt Scobby looking like he's just, staying in that high guard. I mean, he's catching most of the jabs off of his gloves, right? He's not hurt or anything like that. But Adam Azim also starting to implement overhand rights and is not forgetting that body, right? So for all argument purposes, he is being very effective with that jab, and Kurt Scobby doesn't want to continue to sit there and allow him to move with that energy, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. I got all these papers over here in my way. I don't know what's going on here. These things are all falling apart. Oh, man. 10, 9, Azim, Scobby. Let's go. Top of the second round right now is Adam Azim is now feinting. See, the jab is so good that he's able to actually fake Kurt Scobby into certain situations. Look at him fading the level change right now. Beautiful work by Adam Azim staying behind that jab. This is a beautiful approach by Adam Azim right now. Kurt Scobby starting to, there we go. Kurt Scobby doubles up on his own jab and starts to throw that overhand right. Being a more active fighter in this round is going to be absolutely paramount for Kurt Scobie to establish any type of respect and to set up any real big shots for him right now, as he's starting to stab to the body right now, but he's staying moving, staying on the outside though for Kurt Scobie. I can't imagine that's where he wants to be. I can imagine that Adam Azim wants him right where he's at, right? This is exactly where I want you at. As Adam Azim, you guys know one of my favorite words is domesticating Kurt Scobie, taking all that energy away from Kurt Scobie, keeping him behind that jab and following up with nice right hooks to the body. And he's just keeping Kurt Scobie nice and docile in the ring right now as Kurt Scobie's working on his timer. But Adam Azim, beautiful jab, man. That jab is the protein on the plate tonight, man. Or what is that? Is that the appetizer? The jab is stiff. It's boom. Look at that beautiful jab. Doubles up straight right down the middle every single time. Even if the guard is up, he's hitting him hard enough to where you got to believe it's affecting Kurt Scobie. I mean, I'll tell you this right now. Kurt Scobie's keeping his hands up. He's not letting his hands go. So is Adam Azim's jab affecting? Beautiful right hand by Adam Azim right there off the back of that jab, of course, which sets up everything. We're at the minute and 20-second mark of the second round right now as Adam Azim continues to walk Kurt Scobie down, working that jab. Beautiful. Kurt Scobie with a nice level change, stabs him to the body and comes up top, doubles up on the jab. Doesn't really hit Adam Azim, but at least it shows that he's alive. Adam Azim just tripling up, staying on that jab. That jab is bad news for Kurt Scobie, who's only, at this point, Kurt Scobie is backing up, right? He's no longer getting his head off the line or anything like that. He's getting instruction from Coach Bermudez, and he's nodding his head up and down. Coach Bermudez is probably trying to let him know, yo, we need you to move that head off the line. Time that jab out at this point. Get up, slip that jab, and get on the inside and do something. You're not even slipping the jab. Your head is staying right on the line. Although you got that high guard up there, you're not going to able. Now Kurt Scobie leaps forward to tries to clinch Adam Azim and try to get that rhythm off. But Adam Azim just working that jab right there, doubling, tripling up on that jab right there. There we go. Adam Azim doing such a great job working behind that jab. This just levels to this game, and Kurt Scobie seems to just be out of it. Nice right hand by there we go. Nice stiff jab by Kurt Scobie right there. We're at the 14. Nice. Stabs him to the body right there. Adam Azim looks at him almost to say that that was a little bit of a low blow. Adam Azim, nothing but business right now. Following up, straight right hands down the middle, staying on that jab, using that beautiful work. Adam Azim slips a left hook by Kurt Scobie. Listen, Adam Azim is looking great right now in this first. Honestly, he's looking really good. Like right now, I'm feeling like I want to see Adam Azim in a fight with certain fighters right now that I'd be interested in seeing how he fights him. Very disciplined fighter, stays behind that jab, man. Works that body well too as well, man. After a round like that, let's see what he comes in, what Kurt Scobie comes in into the third round with. I wonder what Coach Bermudez is telling him at this point. Wow. Azim 2-0, man. 10-9, man. Not even close. Kurt Scobie needs to get his head off that line. At this point, you've had 2 rounds with Adam Azim. He's staying on that jab. I mean, get that timing down to a certain point. We need to start seeing Kurt Scobie slip some of these jabs, get on the inside, find his way to work that body and then work from there and come over the top with that right hand, right? Let's see what Kurt Scobie's at this point. Scobie has the information he needs. The question is, can he or can he not, right? Let's go where the top of the third round here. Adam Azim takes off right where he left off, doubles up on the jab and shoots a check left hook. Nice. Kurt Scobie looking good there with a nice check left hook and a straight to the body. Nice right hand by Kurt Scobie. Now catches Adam Azim. Beautiful right hand by Kurt Scobie here. Kurt Scobie showing a lot of life here, feinting right now, trying to work out some punch combinations there. Nice check left hook. Nice check left hook by Kurt Scobie, staying in that high guard. Nice jab and straight right hand. 1-2 by Adam Azim right there. As Kurt Scobie becoming way more active, actually standing now, backing up Azim. Nice work by Kurt Scobie and Azim as they're starting to exchange a little bit more right here. Kurt Scobie, nice work by Kurt Scobie. Off that jab, worked a nice right hook to the body, didn't catch him, but Kurt Scobie now walking Adam Azim now and becoming a way more aggressive. And that's what it's going to take for Kurt Scobie, right? He has to be first on some of these shots, and he has to apply that pressure. He can't allow Adam Azim to do what he was doing. Beautiful work by Adam Azim. Nice jab to the body. Nice left hand to the body. Adam Azim now feinting to the body right now, trying to get control of this round back as Kurt Scobie is taking this round away from Adam Azim. This is a good Kurt Scobie round so far. Nice right hand by Kurt Scobie. Nice check left hook by Adam Azim right here on the break right there. back on that jab, trying to slow this pace down as Adam Azim doesn't like going backwards. He wants to be the one coming forward. And Kurt Scobby now, we're 1 minute and 30 seconds left into this third round right now, and Adam Azim is getting the control back in his fight. Nice straight right hand to the body, back on that jab. Kurt Scobby trying to apply pressure now, doesn't want to back up, doesn't want to be the one being stalked in the ring right now. He wants to get his respect as well. Beautiful check left hook to the body by Adam Azim on Kurt Scobby. Kurt Scobby, okay, there we go. Kurt Scobby's arms just a little too short to be throwing those hooks the way he is, and those wide punches are going to give opportunities for Adam Azim, who's punching real straight in this round and take advantage of Kurt Scobby. But this is a good round. This is the best round for Kurt Scobby so far, man. Adam Azim taking it back right now, in my opinion. This is a very close round. Let's see what's going to happen as we hit in the 45-second mark here of the third round. Beautiful. Adam Azim back on that jab. Kurt Scobby trying to stab him to the body, kind of hits him a little low there, hits him on the shorts there. Back on that jab as Kurt Scobby tried to Philly shell it a little bit. And Adam Azim, that jab is just staying so consistent. There we go. Beautiful check left hook to the body again of Adam Azim. Nice right hand catches Kurt Scobby right there. Kurt Scobby wings off a left hook right there. We at the 20-second mark here of the third round. Adam Azim back on that jab, continues to keep his head off that line and continues to stick that jab, and that stick is staying in Kurt Scobby's face. Kurt Scobby trying to now time Adam Azim again, but has become a little bit dormant in there and just once again staying behind that jab. Beautiful. Stabbed him to the body. Kurt Scobby, yeah, I don't know. That was the best round Kurt Scobby had, but I still got to give it to Adam Azim. I still got to give that round to Adam Azim, but that was the best round so far for Kurt Scobby. That's what Kurt Scobby needs to do, what he did in the beginning of that round. He needs to be first. He needs to walk Adam Azim down a little bit, and he needs to walk towards and not walk away from Adam Azim. Adam Azim is being very effective with that jab. The distance that he's throwing that jab from, he's hitting him with like optimal power on that jab because he's fully extending on that jab when he's hitting with it. And Kurt Scobby sitting there in that high guard, no real head movement and not really slipping those shots is not good. But in the beginning of that round, we saw him doing that, right? We saw him starting to find some success as he was starting to time that jab out. And as Adam Azim was coming with that jab, he was slipping that jab, coming to that body, and then coming right over the top with a right hand. And that seemed to have been effective, right? Had Adam Azim on his back foot a little bit. And Adam Azim was able to get control of that round back, though, pretty easy. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Shout out to Adel Choice showing love right now, putting some color in the chat right there. Are we at the top of the fourth round already? Lord have mercy. Okay, it is what it is. It says, let's chunk them. No doubt, man. Salute, salute. Salute, salute. Here we are, top of the round 4 right now. There we go. Kurt Scobby slipping, getting low, keeping his head off that line, jabbing to the body and trying to set shots up top, man. That's what he needs to do. Adam Azim doing a great job, though, now letting his hands go. Nice right hook by Adam Azim. Beautiful work by Kurt Scobby now putting that pressure on Adam Azim. Azim doing a great job as well as keeping his head off that line and slipping a lot of that punishment that Scobby's trying to send back at him. But regardless, Kurt Scobby looking better off when he's moving with this type of energy, right? There we go. Nice straight right hand to the body of Adam Azim right there. Stabs him to the body, but Adam Azim puts him right back at the end of that jab right there. Kurt Scobby needs more head movement, man. He's just not moving his head efficiently, in my opinion. I think he's just standing there in that high guard. I don't think that's the way he wants to be. Now on the ropes, there we go. Circles out to his left right there. Nice check left hook to the body of Kurt Scobby right there by Adam Azim. Back on that jab. Adam Azim staying on that jab. Adam Azim is looking really good in this fight right here. Kurt Scobby making adjustments in the beginning of these rounds. I don't know if it's a conditioning issue, but he starts, or if Adam Azim is just taking it out of him, but he starts off good. But Adam Azim able to get that respect of that jab, man. There we go. Beautiful work by Adam Azim right there, catching a check left hook on his right hand, and then there we go. Beautiful work right there. Adam Azim, nice. Times out a nice check left hook right there again on Kurt Scobby. We're at the minute 15-second mark right here of the 4th round right now as Kurt Scobby, there we go. Yeah, Kurt Scobby about to get warm for that headbutt. That was pretty nasty work by Kurt Scobby trying to get that separation in there, pushes his head up in there. That was kind of crazy looking by Kurt Scobby. But listen, man, you do what you got to do, man. I'll do my job. The referee has to do his job, right? It is what it is, part of the game. We just passed the minute mark as Adam Azim, Kurt Scobby just receiving some instructions from the referee, warning him about those headshots. We're at the 45-second mark right now as Kurt Scobby continues to try to walk down Adam Azim, stabbed to the body, overhand right there, back into this clinch right here. Referee separates them. We're at the 35-second mark here. Kurt Scobby, man, honestly, just those short arms really getting in the way of anything he's trying to put together here with Adam Azim. Beautiful work by Adam Azim, slipping both of those shots right there as Scobby wings a big right hand right there, and Adam Azim just peppering him. Nice work to the body by Adam Azim, working him right here. We're hitting the 15-second mark here. Beautiful work by Adam Azim here. Beautiful work even inside the clinch, doing beautiful work right there as well. We got a warning shot right there. We got a timeout, and now the referee warning Kurt Scobby again, coming forward with his head and not listening to referees. The referee is demanding some respect here, taking the control of this fight back and letting them know that you're going to operate inside these rules or you're going to start losing some points, right? Beautiful work by Adam Azim. Beautiful. Doubles up on this jab, hooks off to the body. Look, beautiful attempt at an uppercut, a left-hand uppercut. Beautiful work here. Beautiful work here. Adam Azim is dominating this fight right here. This is going to be a shutout if Kurt Scobby doesn't find a way to get an offense going, a consistent offense going. He's showing lights and moments and in this fight right now, Kurt Scobby is, but he's not really capitalizing and building off of it and turning it into anything. And once again, I think the most important thing here is Kurt Scobby needs to, okay, you did that in the beginning of the round. Even if you want to take the middle of the round off a little bit, in that last minute or so of this of the round, you need to start stealing these rounds because he's allowing Adam Azim to take these rounds away from him. And once again, I'm not sure if this is just bad strategy or if this is just about limitations. Is Kurt Scobby really just limited on what he can do against his fighter that he has in front of him in Adam Azim, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. Shout out to the people in the building, 28 people right now in the building. Let's hit the like button. And definitely subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. We are at the top of the 5th round. Kurt Scobby versus Adam Azim. Adam Azim in the white shorts and Kurt Scobby in the gold and brown shorts here. This fight so far, one-sided fair. Adam Azim working behind that jab very effectively. Kurt Scobby still in this fight, though, right? Still in this fight. We're about to approach the halfway mark on here, so he's still in this fight, but he needs to go ahead and figure a way out to start getting some rounds in, right? So he's doing well in the beginning of the round. He's timing out Adam Azim. He's working the body well. He's still there. Adam Azim with a big overhand right hand, but he's not closing out the rounds. He's allowing Adam Azim to take these rounds away from him. What I think he could do better. There we go. Adam Azim now just keeping him behind that jab, level changing. Nice right hand by Adam Azim. Back on that jab. Beautiful left hand, beautiful jab by Adam Azim, man. That is going to be what's talked about tomorrow morning by Adam Azim. Is that nice right hand by Kurt Scobby, catches Adam Azim there. Adam Azim just starting to let the hands go. Nice combination punching. Big left hand by Kurt Scobby goes right over the head of Adam Azim. Adam Azim pulls him into a clinch. Referee separates him. They're back in the center of the ring as Kurt Scobby trying to get his jab going as well at this point. Beautiful jab by Adam Azim, pushing Kurt Scobby back, man. And he follows it up with a right hand every now and then. He's timing him. You can see he's working and timing him, trying to get inside and get a nice left uppercut going on Kurt Scobby. Beautiful jab, double, triple up on that jab, man. Kurt Scobby's catching a lot of this on his gloves. I'm not going to lie to you, but still effective. Beautiful left hook to the body by Adam Azim. Beautiful left hook to the body. Nice check left hook to the body from Adam Azim to Kurt Scobby right there. Back on that jab. We're at the minute mark. We're about to approach the minute mark of the 5th round right now. Let's see here. Overhand right by Azim. Back on that jab. That jab is just really standing nice. There we go. Back on that jab. Beautiful, beautiful. Staying on that stick. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Double, triple up on that jab. Now Adam Azim just really take it. It's almost like Adam Azim is kind of taking his round off as he's not hitting him with anything hard to hurt him. But that jab is just Kurt Scobby not able to just slip that jab. There we go. Nice work by Kurt Scobby on the ropes right there. Caught Adam Azim slipping slacking on those ropes right there. As soon as see that's what Kurt Scobie needs to figure out is how do we back this guy up, get him on the rope so we can close his space a lot better. Beautiful check left hook by Adam Azim. That was a moment for Kurt Scobie, right? There was a moment there for Kurt Scobie, but I mean, I got to give that round to Adam Azim again. You know, once again, Kurt Scobie having moments in this fight, but he's not able to, you know, to capitalize off these moments. You know, right there on the ropes, he did catch Adam Azim sleeping right there and caught him with a nice right hand right there against the ropes. So Adam Azim able to just adjust, use his movement and circle him, and then responded quickly right back to him, right? Top of the 6th round right now. Let's see right here. I was just processing some thoughts here and just watching that, trying to figure out what Kurt Scobie needs to do right now. Kurt Scobie trying to now entice. Looks like he's bringing his hands down a little bit, trying to get, but that's not going to work. Adam Azim is very disciplined. Nice check left hook on the inside, coming on the inside for from Adam Azim to Kurt Scobie right there. Beautiful right there. Right here in those moments right there is where Kurt Scobie needs to capitalize. Now Kurt Scobie trying to feint and trying to see if he can get Adam Azim to bite on anything. But I'm going to tell you the truth, man. That feint don't work well when you haven't put the threat out there, right? Kurt Scobie, no, that's a forearm right there. Oh, man, they're about to take a point from him. This is crazy. Kurt Scobie is that was a nasty forearm to the head right there. He is fighting very dirty in this fight. He's fighting very dirty in this fight. But I kind of understand where he's coming from. But, I mean, this is 3 warnings now at this point. Well, at least the first 2, I think, were for the headbutts. This one right here for a forearm to the head of Adam Azim. We're at the 2-minute mark of the 6th round right here. Beautiful right hook to the body of Kurt Scobie right there as Adam Azim is starting to move. Kurt Scobie trying to put that pressure. He knows this is the halfway mark, man. You need to start putting in some rounds here. You might hope that you got a swing round in there. I didn't see any. But at this point, Kurt Scobie cannot lose not one more round in this fight without it turning into a fight that he needs to get a knockout in. And Adam Azim is working so well behind that jab. Kurt Scobie is not timing that jab out and getting on the inside at all. I mean, now Kurt Scobie working somewhat in a shell a little bit, dropping that left hand a little bit. And is he trying to, boom, Adam Azim jumps into this left hook and misses Kurt Scobie. But man, bad intentions on that left hook. We're into the minute 20 seconds here on the break right here. Kurt Scobie hits him after the break right there, hitting to the minute 15-second mark. Judge brings them both to the center ring and says, listen, we need to keep this clean. Let's get this clean. Nice work on the inside by Kurt Scobie there, but referee separates them as Kurt Scobie is walking down Adam Azim right now, trying to apply some pressure and make some things happen here for himself. Beautiful work there inside of the clinch right there. Kurt Scobie again. Woo, beautiful work by Adam Azim, man. What a check left hook to the body of Kurt Scobie right there, man. Adam Azim showing that dog, man. I'm loving the way he's looking in this fight right here, man. Beautiful work by Adam Azim. Nice check right hook. Man, beautiful right hook to the body. Over. Nice left hook to the body. Good body work by Adam Azim in this fight right here. Working him to the left and to the right, man. And not letting go of those hooks right there. Adam Azim has the answers to the question, Sway. Is Kurt Scobie going to adjust? I mean, at this point in the fight, I think there might be a little bit of an outclassing happening here. Kurt Scobie just looking like he has the heart. He's got the heart of a fighter, but just looking like he's in the ring with a fighter who's just levels above him as far as pedigree is concerned. Kurt Scobie just limited to what he can do. We're at the end of the 5th round right here. 6th round right there. Yeah, man, that's another 10-9 round right now. Kurt Scobie needs a stoppage or at least a knockdown. Needs at least a knockdown at this point to be back to have an opportunity to be on these judges' cards in a positive way right now. But if anything, he needs to figure out how to hurt Adam Azim and get him out of here. At this point, what is Coach Bermudez telling him right now? I can't wait to see Coach Bermudez on the hangout again so I can ask him about what's going on in the corner right now. What is he speaking to Scobby right now and telling him. I don't got the sound on. Let me see. Is he saying anything? Let me see here. Let's go. Top of the 7th round right here as Kurt Scobby having to Scobby, I said Scobby, Kurt Scobby having to make some adjustments here, and let's see what he's able to get going on right here. There we go. As Scobby is now starting to put together these shots and taking his chances, man. Being first, man, he has to stop. He has to hurt Adam Azim, man. He has to hurt Adam Azim. Punt stats going up there. Adam Azim, 181 jabs thrown in comparison to Scobby's only thrown 83 jabs. 31 jabs landed for Azim, 14 landed for Scobby through the 6th round right now, right? So that jab is the separator in this fight right here so far. Adam Azim, beautiful work right there. Nice uppercut, goes right into a check left hook to the body. I mean, Adam Azim is doing great work. Another timeout. What's going on here? It looks like they're about to, the referee looks like he's going to take a point. Yeah, he's taking a point from Kurt Scobby. Yeah, too many warnings here, man. 4 warnings, 4 times he had to speak to him. Finally takes a point away from him. I'm not sure if it was for the headbutt, but now at this point, Adam Azim is and listen, Adam Azim didn't need the help from the referee as far as the points were concerned, because this has been a one-sided affair. But that point right there just kind of cements it. Beautiful work to the body by Scobby right there. Beautiful work to the body by Adam Azim. Both guys in the middle of the ring, and Adam Azim and Scobby pretty much in a dogfight, and Adam Azim is winning the dogfight, right? This is where Coach Scobby should be able to find some opportunities in here, but he's allowing Adam Azim to take control of the fight even here. Big overhand right by Adam Azim in the middle of this ring round. We have the minute 25-second mark. Beautiful body work by Adam Azim. Kurt Scobby responds with his own check left hook to the body as well. Adam Azim back behind that jab. Kurt Scobby, man, really no real head movement in this fight, and he's going to look back at this fight and really, he's going to speak. I know Coach Bermudez is speaking to him right now, trying to get his fighter into this fight in the right way. There is a picture of Turki Al-Sheikh. Good to see Turki Al-Sheikh in the building. There we go. I question if Turki Al-Sheikh's. I was questioning his health a little bit because we ain't seen him in so long, but there he is sitting next to Eddie Hearn, outside the ring right there. Up on the ropes, Kurt Scobby on the ropes right there, and Adam Azim taking the opportunity to work the body and work that uppercut, staying in that high guard. Beautiful right uppercut, nice check left hook to the body, nice check left hook up top by Adam Azim. Kurt Scobby trying to get his punches put together right now, but Adam Azim has him on the ropes and is not going to let up right now. Nice check left hook to the body by Adam Azim again. Scobby responds with his own hook to the body. Oh, another. Hold on a second. What's going on here? The referee got involved in it. Okay, I thought he was going to take another point from Kurt Scobby for a second there. Nice right hand, nice check left hook to the body of Kurt Scobby. Nice left hook, check left hook by Adam Azim. Scobby trying to work behind that jab. Beautiful work to the body by Adam Azim, man. And that's what separates a lot of these fighters. Look at that body work right there. That separates these fighters, man. These prospects who are going into the professional, who are going into the contender phase of their career, that ability to know the value of that body work, not letting that go at any point in time, working behind that jab, everything works. These feints and everything that you see getting put together in these fights, all that comes off the back end of effective body work, an effective jab, right? Chris Eubanks walking into the building right now, and there's his father with that big bear jacket, walking his son into the ring right there, as they both try to walk and ignore the cameras in their face, as Chris Eubank Sr. tries to act like he doesn't even see the cameras and is walking with his son into the building. Chris Eubanks Jr. looks great, man. He looks like he's in great spirits. Looks like, did a great weight cut. Looked great yesterday at the weigh-ins as well, right? Looked like he did a good weight cut this time around. Conor Benn walking into the building right now as well. Conor Benn looking like, he's in a great space right now. Both these guys should be in a great space. They're getting great paydays and part of the biggest fights in the UK this year, right? Fight of the year candidate, that first fight. There we go. We are at 2 minutes and 45 seconds left here in the 8th round right here as Kurt Scobby is on an uphill battle. Had a point taken away from him in the last round, and really hasn't won a round in this fight yet. So he needs a knockout period at this point. There's no winning this on the judges' scorecards right now as Adam Azim continues to apply pressure to Kurt Scobby. Beautiful check left hook to the body. Those hooks to the body that Adam Azim is landing on Kurt Scobby at some point, let's keep an eye on and see what ends up coming out on the back end of that. Beautiful, nice, as Adam Azim has no problem now staying in the pocket with Kurt Scobby. Got Kurt Scobby's timing down. Every time Kurt Scobby's throwing some of these big hooks, he's getting right up under it, responding with uppercuts in between the guards, working him to the body. He's loving it on the inside, very comfortable on the inside, and Kurt Scobby not taking advantage of those moments, right? Now, when he presses him, Kurt Scobby's initiating clinches, right? Instead of working there. Beautiful uppercut by Adam Azim catches Kurt Scobby there. Nice check left hook right there by Adam Azim. There we go. There we go. Kurt Scobby is now just trying to smother Adam Azim's offense, man. But, this is where you want to see him capitalize on the inside there. And there we go. He's working the body. But Adam Azim with that uppercut timing, he has Kurt Scobby's timing down, man. Kurt Scobby's showing grit right now. But, for all intent purposes, he's getting battered by Adam Azim at this point. It's definitely a battering happening in this fight right now at this point. Adam Azim just forehead to forehead with Kurt Scobby, has him against the ropes. Beautiful uppercut by Adam Azim. Beautiful uppercut. Working on the inside right there. Timing all those hooks that Kurt Scobby's trying to throw back at Adam Azim, getting under it and just working up. Nice right hook by Adam Azim. The referee's not even getting involved in it because they're so active inside on that inside game right there. Adam Azim, beautiful check left hook to the body. That was like an uppercut to the body, a left uppercut to the body at that point. Nice left hook, uppercut, right uppercut. He looked like he hurt Kurt Scobby a little bit with that last right hand, with that last right uppercut right there. Working forehead to forehead with Kurt Scobby, working beautiful work by Adam Azim right there. Kurt Scobby just getting battered, in my opinion. Nice uppercut by Adam Azim right there. Check left hook by Adam Azim. Kurt Scobby laying back on the ropes right now as Adam Azim works him with another left hook to the body. Look at the head movement of Adam Azim, timing all those hooks that Scobby's trying to land and getting up under them. It's so interesting how he's getting under these hooks because he's a taller, bigger fighter for all intent purposes, but Scobby's just getting out dogged right now. Beautiful left hook to the body. Beautiful left hook to the body. Man, oh, man. That was probably the worst round for Kurt Scobby. Kurt Scobby really got it put on him in that round right there. Really got it put on him in that round right there. Salute to everybody who's in the building. We got 28 people in the building. Take a moment to go ahead and hit that like button as you're walking into the building, and definitely subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. We are here going into the 9th round here of a 12-rounder between Kurt Scobby and Adam Azim, Adam Azim is just a one-sided affair, just really, really putting Kurt Scobby through the masterclass, boxing masterclass right now, and now at this point starting to just all out fight Kurt Scobby and just put hands on him, just battering the young bull, man. Let me see here. Inside the squared circle with King Judah in the building says, "What's up, Clay? This how Devin gonna do Brian Norman Jr." I don't know about that. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if that's what we're gonna see Devin do to Brian, man. But it's a shutout, 10 rounds to nil here. As we're at the top of the 9th round right now, and Adam Azim back behind that jab right there, doing what he does, taking his time. Adam Azim showing the poise of a contender right now, the poise of a future champion, right? This is what you want to see in a future champion. You want to see him outclassing a fighter like this, with the poise that he's doing it, right? He's working the body. He's working behind that jab. He's being defensively responsible. You know what I'm saying? Being laser accurate with that jab. Great body work by Adam Azim in this fight right here. Look at that. Times Kurt Scobby's right hook gets right up under it, and Kurt Scobby now just moving with a little bit more frustration because he's realizing at this point in the fight, we're at the 9th round in this fight, he don't got the answers, Sway. Kurt Scobie does not have the answers. Adam Azim working behind that jab, and Kurt Scobie just trying to get up out of dodge, man. Moving left, moving right, but no matter which way he moves, he's on the ropes, right? As Adam Azim is keeping his ears pinned back with that jab, and whenever Kurt Scobie finally stands still, he's starting to work that uppercut up the middle of the guard, starting to work that body when he gets on the inside. Beautiful work by Adam Azim, man. This is just such a great showing by Adam Azim tonight, man. 140 pounds is getting a good look right here with an Adam Azim coming to show up and show out on any big fight, man. I wonder what fight we see him in next after this. Eddie Hearn has to be so excited. Nice left hook to the body, left uppercut to the body, another left uppercut to the body of nice right hand by Adam Azim. On right hand to the body of Kurt Scobie as Kurt Scobie continues to try to invite him in there. And beautiful straight, oh my goodness, man, straight right hand right down the middle between the guard, off the back of that jab. Adam Azim hitting him with everything but the kitchen sink at this point. Whoa, Adam Azim tries to rip a right hand right there, make it happen, but Kurt Scobie, beautiful right there. Beautiful right there. We at the 45-second mark in the 9th round right now, man. Adam Azim is just out dogging Kurt Scobie. You know, Kurt Scobie did a lot of nice doubles up on the left hook to the body of nice body work by Kurt Scobie back. Nice uppercut by Adam Azim. Kurt Scobie leaps forward with a left hook, just wings it and hits nothing but air. Adam Azim has control of this right here. Real control. Working on that jab. Nice right hand. Looks at the referee. What is he looking at the referee for? I couldn't tell you, man. Straight right hand. Beautiful again. Doubles up as Kurt Scobie tries to act ineffective. Nice left hook to the body again by Adam Azim. We're coming towards the end of the 9th round right now. Beautiful work by Adam Azim, man. I'm sorry, man. Kurt. Man. But this is the litmus test. This is a great litmus test for Adam Azim right now, and I'm liking what I see here, man. It is what it is, man. Let's see here. I know boxing says, how much is that Haney Norman Jr. fight next week? I don't know. Check the zone, man. Is it like $50, $60? I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Get that ultimate package. You ain't got to worry about it. You know what I mean? Curtis Padmore, what's up with you, brother? What's good? Rolando Jackson says Ben is small. Yeah, well, he is a smaller fighter coming into this fight, right? He is a smaller fighter for sure. All right, we're heading into the 10th round right now. I mean, this fight right here has been a one-sided fight, this whole entire fight. Now, Azim timing, I mean, Kurt Scobie, man. One thing Kurt Scobie did not do well in this fight at all is that head movement, man. Really did not move that head that well in this fight, man. Instead was working on trying to catch these jabs on the gloves, but was the thing about the jab in this fight in particular is that Adam Azim's jab was keeping Kurt Scobie where he needed to keep him. So although, you know, I don't know if he was trying to work beautiful combination punching right there. Beautiful combination punching right there from Adam Azim, man. Kurt Scobie not able to slip any of the work that Adam Azim was putting out there and get his own offense going on here. He's been completely defensive this whole fight. Now he's lowering that left hand a little bit. At this point, you got to think Kurt Scobie wants Adam Azim to come forward, because if he has any chance of stopping Adam Azim or hitting him with anything significant, he has to get close enough to him, and he can't get close enough on his own accord. So if he can bait Adam Azim to come in, maybe he can walk Adam Azim into something, but it doesn't look like it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm be honest with you. Nice left hook to the body by Adam Azim. Beautiful body work by Adam Azim tonight, man. We're at the minute 40-second mark of the 10th round here. Adam Azim in the white shorts, Kurt Scobie in the golden brown shorts here. Adam Azim putting on a clinic here against Kurt Scobie. Has Kurt Scobie on the ropes right there. Nice overhand right there. I'm sure Kurt Scobie's going to complain about hitting him in the back of the head. Referee warns Adam Azim hitting him in the back of the head, but, you know, that's part of the game right there. For the most part, Adam Azim just putting on a clean clinic right here against Kurt Scobie, who's finding himself on the ropes again, trying to move over to his left here. Leaping left hook by Kurt Scobie gets slipped by Adam Azim and Adam Azim responds with a check left hook and a left uppercut. Beautiful left hook by Adam Azim right there, taking his time as Kurt Scobie is trying to call in for some more offense from Azim, which I'm beautiful left hook to the body, doubles up on the left hook to the body again. We're at the 45-second mark of the 10th right now. Azim slips a right hand from Kurt Scobby, and Kurt Scobby initiates the clinch right there. Kurt Scobby trying to get any little bit of an edge he can. Nice left hook to the body of Kurt Scobby. Azim responds with his own left hook of his own. Beautiful. Has Kurt Scobby on the ropes right now, working the body, uppercuts. Nice uppercut. Right uppercut by Kurt Scobby. Catches Azim, but Azim staying right in the pocket there. Initiates his own set of good combination punching by Azim right there. Good combination punching. Kurt Scobby kind of a dirty fighter. I ain't going to lie to you. It's gonna be honest with you, bro. He's doing a lot of things right now, initiating a lot of headbutts, a lot of late punching, punches on the clinch, a lot of dirty tactics by Kurt Scobby right now. Nice check left hook to the body by Kurt Scobby. Azim responds, doubles up on the jab, and hits him with a straight right hand. Just like that, the end of the 10th round, man. Another Azim round right there. Another Azim. We got Coach Bomack in the back being interviewed right now. I'm going to put y'all on mute for a second so I can. Bomack speaking on the Chris Eubank fight tonight. Bomack has become such a media trained. He knows how to just communicate so clear now, man. I mean, that he's going to go into the Hall of Fame, I think, as well at some point. I ain't going to lie to you. I think Bomack's heading to the Hall of Fame. He did such a great job with Terrence Crawford, and right there just communicating, just being kind of transparent, but at the same time, so media trained, knowing not to share the game plan, but letting us know that there will be some adjustments in this fight, right? And that Chris Eubanks coming off a victory doesn't have that many more adjustments to make because he already won the fight, but expect still a fighter who's going to be pressing the issue a lot more and taking away a lot of Conor Benn's will in this fight. And he spoke to it, I think, accurately. Conor Benn being a fighter who uses a lot of will and a lot of emotions in his fight. They plan on taking that away from him. Let's take that away from him, and we should be able to put this fight where we need to put it here. We're at the 2-minute mark here, the 11th round here. Azim in the white shorts, Scobby, Kurt Scobby in the gold and brown shorts here as Azim continues to work behind that jab in this round right here, this one-sided clinic. Azim putting on an absolute masterclass in this fight right here. Big left hook by Azim right there, goes right over the head of Kurt Scobby. Kurt Scobby tries to take some sort of solace of victory right there, but it really didn't mean nothing. Azim right back on there. Great combination punching by Azim right there. Back on that jab. Kurt Scobby still trying to figure out how to entice or trick Azim out of this victory that Azim pretty much has in the bag as long as he doesn't get knocked down or knocked out. But it's not working, right? Azim just coming in with the discipline and the poise of a real champion. He's not going to sit here and fall for the antics, all the talking, all the fake fainting with nothing coming behind it, all the tricks, all the dirty tactics, and maybe get Azim a little upset and get him out of his game plan. Is not going to work. Azim just disciplined and just understands what the assignment is, man. You can just see it in the way he's approaching this fight. And Kurt Scobby, when it all comes down to it, doesn't have the bells and the whistles, doesn't have the intangibles, doesn't have the wrinkles to his game, doesn't have the dimensions in his game to make this fight more competitive, as he's just being taken. Beautiful right hand by Azim. Hurts Kurt Scobby right there. Beautiful shot, hurts Kurt Scobby. Kurt Scobby doesn't have his legs up under him, initiates a clinch. Good work by Kurt Scobby to initiate that clinch right there as the referee tries to separate them, and Kurt Scobby refuses to let go of Azim. Oh, man, we got to take a point away from Kurt Scobby at this point. We got to take a point now. If you're not there, what is going on? That clinch was diabolical. Azim hurt Kurt Scobby. Beautiful check. Doubles up on the check left hook right there. He has Kurt Scobby out on his legs right now. Beautiful straight right hand by Azim backing up as Kurt Scobby tries to initiate the clinch. Azim just one step ahead of Kurt Scobby. We're at the 15-second mark as Kurt Scobby is in survival mode. Beautiful uppercut Left uppercut by Adam Azim right there as Kurt Scobby moves off, circles off to his left, tries to get away from Adam Azim. Beautiful overhand right by Adam Azim. We are coming to the end of the 11th round. Kurt Scobby looks like he's going to make it, but at the end of the day, as Kurt Scobby's trying to quiet down Coach Bermudez, as Coach Bermudez is telling him to initiate that clinch. Bad look for Kurt Scobby. Kurt Scobby hurting that round right there, and honestly, just saved by dirty tactics, and shout out to Kurt Scobby. I'm sure he's a great fighter, a good person, should I say, but very dirty in the way he carries himself in that ring. And I don't know if he's overcompensating for his shortcomings, but that clinch, holding that clinch as long as he did, the referee had to like literally physically rip Kurt Scobby off of Adam Azim right there, and he was just out on his legs. And now moving, surviving in the ring right there. And Kurt Scobby's had a bunch of moments in this fight where Coach Bermudez is screaming out instructions to him in the middle of the fight, and he's just talking back and forth with that corner right there. But I don't know what Scobby's gonna do, man. This is a big round for him. 12th round right now is go out on your shield if you really think you can do it. Otherwise, I just look at Kurt Scobby probably going to try to survive, get even more dirty. Adam Azim probably going in there to looking for this finish, knowing that he's hurt Kurt Scobby already. There we go. Adam Azim staying behind that jab right there as Kurt Scobby is going to have to make a decision as to whether or not he's going to go for it. Nice straight right hand by Adam Azim standing behind that jab right there. Beautiful work. Adam Azim standing behind that jab. Kurt Scobby seems to want to come in there. Leaping left hook by Kurt Scobby. Hits nothing but air. Beautiful work. Nice right hand to the body by Kurt Scobby. Nice followed up by a left hook. Adam Azim doubles up, turns him. Nice straight double, setting him up with that. Now Adam Azim setting up Kurt Scobby for that big right hand, right? He's doubling, tripling up on that jab, but he's setting up that right hand because he knows Kurt Scobby probably hasn't recovered from that last round there. So he's looking to look, he has Turkey Al-Sheikh sitting right outside the ring. So I'm sure he wants to put that big show on there. A little bit low on that left hook to the body by Kurt Scobby. We're at the 2-minute mark here, the 12th round. Kurt Scobby trying to make some sort of something happen in there, but Adam Azim, beautiful left, beautiful right hand, by Adam Azim on nice right hand catches. Kurt Scobby tries to initiate the clinch right there, grabbing for Adam Azim, holding on to that left hand of Adam Azim right there. As Adam Azim makes nice right hand by Adam Azim, Kurt Scobby initiates another clinch. Kurt Scobby just still hasn't recovered. Look at Kurt Scobby refusing to let go of Adam Azim. And Kurt, nice 1-2 by Adam Azim, left uppercut, overhand right by Adam Azim, overhand right by Adam Azim again. There we go. Walking Kurt Scobby down. Nice. Oh, beautiful left hook to the body. Nice check left hook. Scobby legs go from under him right there. We're at the minute 15-second mark as Adam Azim is putting those pitches together beautifully, and Scobby takes a knee right there as he knows he has to recover. He's good at looking at the clock. He knows where the timing is at on the clock, and he knew he didn't have enough time and he wasn't being effective with the clinching. So he did what he had to do, got on his knee. Referee waves off the fight right here. I do think that wave off was a little diabolical, but Kurt Scobby's been so uncooperative with the referee, just not listening to the referee, just doesn't seem to be present as the referee speaking to him, not taking the instructions, not taking the warnings at this point. I think the referee just realized that Kurt Scobby was just surviving at that point in his fight. And listen, man, the stoppage looked weird, but you can kind of see where the referee was coming from when he did that stoppage right there. Either way, it was a shutout fight. Kurt Scobby wasn't showing any life in the fight. Anything was going to come out of what he was doing right there. So it is what it is. Referee stops the fight right here. I don't know what the time marker was in the 12th round right here, but easy work for Adam Azim, man, who's just able to expose Kurt Scobby tonight. Just showed the difference in between pedigrees right there. Really just showed out as Adam Azim walks out there and he's walking directly to Turkey Al-Sheikh and letting Turkey Al-Sheikh, letting him know, I'm ready for the big show. I'm ready for the big fights. Turkey's like, I seen you, brother, man. I'm sure they hit each other with the salams right there. And the future looks bright for Adam Azim, having a backer like Turkey Al-Sheikh watching him, having a promoter like Eddie Hearns on a performance like this is going to put him in some bigger conversations. I expect to see Adam Azim in some big fights at 140 pounds right now. By the way, shout out Turkey Al-Sheikh, looking like he's in good health and in a good mental space, and he enjoyed the fight right there. So Turkey Al-Sheikh is alive and well in the boxing space, right? He's alive and well because we haven't heard from him in a minute right now. I'd like to hear Turkey respond or speak to this whole entire DAZN Ultimate package and this pay-per-view next week that was supposed to be a free fight, just kind of address that elephant in the room. I wonder if he ever will, man. Look at that nice replay here with a nice left uppercut to the body of Kurt Scobby here. Left of the body of Kurt Scobby, but Adam Azim just did such a good job putting his combination punches together, working behind that jab. I mean, even on that knockdown right there, look, a beautiful shot of Bermudez looking at Scobby to have that moment right there, and he kind of just gave him the eye wink there, like agreeing with him taking that knee right there, because that was probably the best thing for him to do in that moment. But Kurt Scobby, just a very he's a dirty fighter too. There's a lot of dirtiness, and I don't know, man. I don't want to. I feel so bad. I don't want to call him a dirty fighter, right? But if there's a better word to describe it, feel free to put it in the chat. A word to describe what Kurt Scobby was doing tonight. A lot of just, I don't know, man, just dirty tactics, right? Headbutting, forearms to the face, punching after the clinches, over clinching, not listening. How many times the referee had to pull Kurt Scobby to the side tonight and speak to him about him not taking instructions or something else? And he lost the point, obviously, as well for the headbutt. So he was just really just, implying or applying, applying a lot of dirty tactics tonight in the ring tonight, man. It is what it is, man. But Adam Azim able to really just expose Kurt Scobby and just show that there's levels to this game, and Kurt Scobby's not quite there, man. Valiant effort by Kurt Scobby to try to make something happen in this fight here, but Adam Azim is just a talent, man. He's a special fighter. Is he great? No, he's good, right? He's good. He still has a lot of tests waiting in front of him. But listen, man, he makes a good argument to put him in some big fights at 140 pounds right there, as he's collected himself an IBO Intercontinental Super Lightweight Champion right there, an IBO title right there. Well, that's a WBO, right? Yeah, it's a W. Why is it IBO? I'm about to say an IBO is green. Why they call me an IBO? I don't know. He's picked up some form of a WBO title, so that this puts him he's in the sanctioning body with Teofimo Lopez, obviously. Shakur Stevenson, Teofimo Lopez supposed to be coming together to make a fight happen. Keyshawn Davis ranked very high in the WBO rankings, and a lot of other fights that can be made for him in that 140-pound division. So great showing by Adam Azim, right? Great showing. Yeah, Tone Dead says limited fighter, 100%, man. Trinity BX in the building says a lot for Scooby to work on. Could learn a lot from this fight. Salute for the effort and for taking on the challenge. 100%, man. Walaikum salam, frequency with the salams, man. Tone Dev says, Clay, that's what's up. Scooby needs to get trained by Porter. Nah, I don't know. Why. I understand what you're saying as far as him look kind of like you want to see him fight a little bit like Porter, because he has that Porter build, and a little bit more aggression from Scooby could go a long way with a fire like him. But yeah, we'll just gave the information right there for inboxing who's asking. I know boxing. I'm sorry for asking. Connor Benn in the back right now being interviewed. Let's see how hold the line.
If he expects that and thinks that's what's going to happen, more for him.
My bad, guys. I had to run off the screen right quick and handle something right quick. But yeah, man, great fight right there. Adam Azim did such a good job in that fight, man. I got to take a look at the rankings right there in the WBO sanction, the WBO rankings, and see where he lands on some other rankings as well, some other sanctioning body rankings as well. But you gotta think that Turkey wants to put him into a situation right there. Ring ambassador right now for 140 would be Keyshawn Davis. Would this be a good Keyshawn Davis fight? Would that be a fight that Adam Azim might want to get into? Do you think that Turkey Al-Sheikh might be interested in putting that together? Rumors are spinning around the space about Keyshawn Davis fighting Richardson Hitchens, which I don't think that fight is real. I think that's just rumors. I don't think that's real. You know what I'm saying? But he's in there. I appreciate you, Mohab Salam. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Flyer Frequency in the building says, Clay, who you got, Benn or Eubanks in the fight? I got Eubanks, man. I'm not going to lie to you. I got Eubanks in the fight. I just think, very similar to what you just saw happen right now with Scobby, right? Even though I think Conor Benn will be way more active in this fight than what we saw Scobby do. But I just think Eubanks is a better boxer. You know what I mean? I think this fight is going to come down to that. And as we're watching Conor Benn in the background speaking, doing an interview, you see how calm he is. I'm telling you, certain fighters aren't supposed to be like that. You know what I mean? Like when we saw Jamel Charlo in the way he was with the Canelo fight. Look how his whole demeanor changed, right? Like he changed as a fighter. That's part of him. Gervonta Tank Davis spoke about not wanting to get therapy because he felt like it was going to take the fire out of who he was and the way he fights, and that was going to change him as a fighter. And I resonate with that with that mentality, because sometimes a lot of the downfalls that people want to criticize you about, the things that people get annoyed about you about, they make you who you are. And if you're successful in being that way, by taking away these elements of your character, of who you actually are, it can affect the bigger picture. And Conor Benn tonight just seems like, throughout this whole entire building in his press conference, has tried to challenge the idea that he's emotionally unstable, that he's an angry person, or that he's too passionate, and that he wants to show the world that he's laid back and he can be poised. And that's great, right? Like those are great, like, things for a person to work on. You want to be that as a person. But these fighters, what they bring to the table and what they bring into the ring, a lot of that comes all together like a total package. The mentality, the psychology of the physical abilities of the fighter, the passion of the fighter. These all are elements that build these fighters up to who they need to be. So is Conor Benn going to be able to go ahead and subdue a lot of that passion and be in control of his emotions at the right level, to where, yes, you're being a more focused fighter, you're not being impulsive, but you need that passion to be that explosive fighter that we know you to be, because that's what you bring to the table to fight against Chris Eubank. So we're gonna have to watch Conor Benn, deal with that, balance that out. And Chris Eubank, on the other hand, has that victory. He's confident going to this fight. He brought Bomac into there, which is gonna add even more confidence in him. You guys remember he got stopped by Liam Smith, and then came back and stopped Liam Smith with Coach Bomac. So he's going to be confident going into this fight. He's the better boxer. He has the intangibles. He has the reach. He has the jab. He has the pedigree, right? He has the aptitude, and he has the right person in his corner. Oh, we got Turkey Al-Sheikh right here getting ready to get interviewed. I got to find out what Turkey's going to say right now. All right, that was a moment there. Turkey Al Sheik being interviewed there. I had to put you guys on mute because I can't let that play over the waves, right? But basically Turkey speaking towards Eddie Hearn's and him, Eddie Hearn and or Matchroom and Ring Magazine or Riyadh season schedule for next year. He's saying 2026 is going to be a big year for Matchroom and Riyadh season, as they're going to be putting on big fights, one of them involving Anthony Joshua. Obviously, the elephant in the room is Tyson Fury. At the end of the day, that is the big fight that the people in the UK want to hear from. You know what didn't come out? Any announcement about Anthony Joshua, Jake Paul. Come on now, you know what I mean? But no announcement on that, obviously. It is what it is. We're getting ready to go into the Jack Catterall versus Echo Usman fight right here. This is going to be a good fight right here, and a big fight, guys. Remember, we've got Bozy Ennis in the corner of Jack Catterall tonight. Going to be interested to see how the Bozy Ennis approach and style of boxing translates with Jack Catterall. Jack Catterall may be the perfect student for Bozy Ennis, as Jack Catterall is looking to probably be a little bit more offensive in this fight. Maybe even look for a stoppage here with Echo Usman, who's able to find some success in his last fight. I believe his last fight might have been Josh Taylor. I'm not sure. Don't quote me. Who did Echo Usman fight? Was it Josh? Yeah, it was Josh Taylor. He fought Josh Taylor back in May of 2025, was able to get a unanimous decision in that fight. Josh Taylor, leaving boxing. He's retired out the sport right now. That was his last fight right there. And so what does that mean? Does that mean that Echo Usman caught a Josh Taylor who just wasn't really who he was, we knew him to be? That being said, how much can we gauge on Echo Usman going into this fight? So this right here is a big test for Echo Usman, who plans on showing the world that the Josh Taylor victory wasn't by chance, that this guy's always been one of those guys, always been in the conversation, is a great fighter. Jack Catterall, looking to show out, right? Show up and show out in this fight right now, and show that Jack Catterall 2.0 version that we're looking forward to see. In Jack Catterall's last fight, was his last fight against was it against Regis Prograis? Hold on one second here. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head what his last fight. No, Harlem, that's right, the Harlem Eubanks fight. And then Arnold Barbosa before that, right? But he was able to outclass Harlem Eubank. Just looked horrible in that fight right there. And the fight before that with Arnold Barbosa Jr., that was a real close fight right there. Arnold Barbosa was able to walk away with a split decision, and we've seen him in his last fight against Teofimo Lopez, and he was able to easily get a unanimous decision over Regis Prograis, outclassing Regis Prograis, but made some adjustments, right, since the Harlem Eubank fight, and has brought in Bozy Ennis from Philadelphia to the UK to see if he can bring some changes. That was back in July. He left that Eubanks fight. So we're here in November. So it's July, August, September, October. Yeah, so about 3.5 months. Let's see how much Bozy Ennis was able to bring to the table for Jack Catterall, and how much of it he can apply in this fight right now, right? One training camp, how much change you expect to catch in one training camp, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. Salute to Curtis Robinson in the building, man. Salute. Says Claymore, I'm back. No doubt, man. No doubt, man. Salute. Blessings to you, family. Blessings. So let's see what he's able to do in this fight right here with Bozy Ennis, man. Did they build that connection? Were they able to gel together in this 3.5 months? And is that going to bring something to the table? Is Jack Catterall going to, or is Jack Catterall just going to go back to who he is when he gets in a dangerous position? If he feels like he's getting hurt or things of that nature, does he just kind of go back to who he is? Let's see what Bozy's able to make happen with Jack Catterall, as Jack Catterall has just walked into the ring right there. Bozy right there in the corner. Here we go. There we go. You know what? Interestingly enough, this being another 140 fight right here. This being a 140 fight right here, and a WBO world title, I guess, being on the line right here. I don't know, man. Turki Al-Sheikh is a interesting mind when it comes to matchmaking. I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe Adam Azim versus the winner of this fight. Maybe Adam Azim versus a Jack Catterall or Echo Usman. You know what I mean? Does Turki see that for Adam Azim at this point? Or does he want to allow the fighter to be developed a little bit more? As Eddie Hearn want to go ahead and take an opportunity to go ahead and give him some more, step him up, but not go all the way up at this point right here. But that could be a great fight, man. Adam Azim. Oh, it's 147? Oh, it is 147. I'm sorry. Thank you, Curtis Robinson. I appreciate that. Thank you, man. Hold on a second. Let me just make sure I'm not going crazy here. That's right. He fought Harlem Eubanks at 147. This is a 147 fight. Man, I forgot he stepped up and went to 147, man. I forgot, man. Appreciate that. Thanks for reminding me, Curtis Robinson. Thank you, man. That was my bad, man. My bad. My bad. Referee giving instructions right here to both fighters right here. Let's see what they're able to do here. Bozy Ennis in the corner of Jack Catterall, who's in the black and silver shorts. Echo Usman in the purple trim shorts with, I want to say, the kind of gold with the purple trimming. Let's go. We're at the top of the first round right here. Jack Catterall, Echo Usman, 147-pound fight right here, 12-rounder right here. Already a high-paced fight right there as Jack Catterall trying to get that jab going right there, timing with that right hook. Jack Catterall sitting there in the southpaw stance. Both guys are moving around right here, trying to process the data and not give up the real estate in the middle of the ring. Jack Catterall trying to keep Echo Usman at bay, feinting with the jab, but look like he's trying to time this right hook, this check right hook here. It's the jab game at the end of the day. Whenever you see that orthodox and southpaw style meet, beautiful work by Jack Catterall catching Usman trying to come in there, but it's a battle of the jabs right there. Nice jab by Catterall. Echo Usman responds with his own jab right there. Both guys trying to assert themselves right there behind that jab, but once that southpaw and that orthodox get inside that ring, it's always this right here, right? This is always how the first round or two looks right here, is who's going to take that jab right there. Echo's trying to time something. Echo Usman is trying to time something behind that jab and trying to land a straight right hand there. Beautiful work by Usman, continuing trying to take that jab away from Jack Catterall right there. He's actually backing Jack Catterall up here. Really a chess match right here between these fighters right here, as beautiful work here. None of these guys really taking the round. This is very much an even round right here. Jack Catterall trying to let his hands go, and Usman trying to time that jab and work his own jab in there and follow it up with a right hand, trying to work to the body there, trying to work that right hand. Beautiful work by Echo Usman on that exchange right there. Beautiful work by Echo in that exchange right there. We just hit the minute mark here in the first round here, as Echo Usman is, in my opinion, Echo Usman is kind of like taking away that jab from Jack Catterall. He's doing a good job of coming over that lead hand of Jack Catterall and following it up with right hands. Nothing crazy, right? He's not hurting Jack Catterall, but he is doing a good job of tying up that jab of Jack Catterall, and doing a good job of keeping his head off the line and following it up with a straight right hand. Nice straight left hand by Jack Catterall goes right there. We about to hit the 20-second mark here of the first round. Listen, man, there we go. Jack Catterall trying to work out the timing here of Echo Usman, but Echo Usman keeping him busy, man, doing a good job of keeping his head movement. The head movement by Echo Usman is doing a good job of kind of like confusing Jack Catterall a little bit, as Jack Catterall is just having to take chances with his own jab, but really not efficiently doing anything, as Echo Usman is walking Catterall. I don't know, man. I'm going to give that round to Echo, man. I'm going to give that round to Echo. I don't know how people feel in the building. If you guys want to put your scorecards up, do it, because this is going to be a chess match right here. You can kind of tell already, right? but I am going to give Echo his respect here. I'm going to give him that first round right there. Jack Catterall trying to still get the feel of what Usman is doing, of what Usman is doing, and trying to figure out how he can get his own game plan going there. So we got Bozy Ennis in the corner right now, giving some words of encouragement and instructions to Jack Catterall. I can't hear. Let me see here. Let me put it on here so I can hear, because I ain't gonna lie. All right, I didn't get to get the instructions of Bozy Ennis there. I did see him mentioning something about a left hook, just body language wise. So maybe he's trying to time and get over and respond. That's what he plans on doing, is responding to the lead hand of Echo Usman with a check left hook over, try to time him. But Usman doing a good job of keeping him busy, in my opinion. As at this point, looks to me Jack Catterall's reaching with that right hand, with that lead hand, trying to get something going. So it looks like he's really just trying to set up something with the left hand. He's not throwing that jab with any type of real bad intentions on. He's just trying to set up that straight left hand. Echo Usman doing a good job of winning that jab game, keeping his jab, pumping it and setting it up, and letting his right hand go at times. So Usman doing a good job of just keeping his head off the line. Good jab by Jack Catterall right there. We're at the 2-minute mark here. Jack Catterall just trying to be patient and wait for his opportunity, stay behind that jab. Now actually throwing that jab with a little bit more intention. Nice straight left hand by Jack Catterall right there. Timing, nice straight left hand. The left hand finding Echo Usman there as Echo Usman continues to drop. Nice left hand. Nice stabs into the body. Nice right hand to the body, staying in that jab. Jack Catterall getting a little bit more nice work. He's actually timing Echo Usman a lot better now and walking Echo Usman's into left hands, uppercuts as well. As Echo's trying to stay very jerky, trying to keep Jack Catterall on his toes, but Jack Catterall now starting to work that jab right there and following up with straight left hands to the body. He's finding Echo right now and being way more effective right now with his approach. Nice straight left hand to the body, working behind that jab, using as a rangefinder. Really nice work by Echo Usman, closing up that gap right there. Trying to stay jerky, stay on that line. Nice, as Jack Catterall seems to be finding Echo Usman a lot better in this round right here. We just passed the minute mark here, the second round here. Okay, Echo Usman in the gold and purple trim shorts versus Jack Catterall in the black silver trim shorts. And Jack Catterall finding Echo Usman a lot better. This is a way better round for Jack Catterall. Echo Usman, it looks like Jack Catterall may have the timing of Echo Usman a lot better in this first round right here. Echo Usman going to have to make some adjustments here, the way he was approaching this in the first round. Nice straight right hand by Echo Usman, walks in there on the 1-2. Back on that jab. And Echo Usman is in this fight. If he's in this fight for anything, it's because of that jerky movement, but also he's kind of winning the jab game, right? Like neither one of these guys have really conceded the jab yet, right? Both guys are effectively jabbing for the most part, but Echo Usman able to work behind that jab a little bit. Now I'm not going to say more efficiently, but he's working behind him efficiently, right? But nice work by Jack Catterall there. Nice jab right there. The distance, straight left hand by Jack Catterall. That was a very close round right there. Again, I think I'm going to give that round to Jack Catterall, though. I'm be honest with you. I'm going to give that round to Jack Catterall. So this is a one-up fight right here. This is going to be a close fight here, a chess match of a fight right here. You can already see it in the making right here. I want to hear what Bozy has to say. I'm going to mute you guys for a second. Bozy Ennis giving a lot of instructions in that corner, and the cameraman on there. So the world is looking at Bozy Ennis working the corner right now. They want to see what Bozy Ennis is almost this is almost his come out night as well as a trainer, right? As much as we've seen him work with Boots and with Andy Cruz and, you know what I'm saying, with Stephen Fulton, the camera's really on him here in the UK right now. This his first time in the UK, working with a fighter like Jack Catterall. Everybody's super interested to see the instructions that Bozy Ennis is giving and how Jack Catterall can metabolize that information and let that translate into his performance in the ring, right? So at the top of the third round here, actually 2 minutes and 25-second mark of the third round here, Jack Catterall, Echo Usman. Bozy Ennis instructs his Jack Catterall to work behind that jab, double, triple up behind that jab, but follow up, use that left hand as there's going to be opportunities there. Echo Usman, I'm not sure what his corner was giving him as far as instructions are concerned, but it is a war of the jabs in this fight so far, right? Both guys have been effectively using their jabs. Nobody has really separated themselves from the other one. Last round was a better Jack Catterall round, but here we go with Echo Usman in this round right here, being way more active with the jab and trying to be first and also trying to nice left hand by both guys. Echo Usman using his lead left hand be pretty effective there, but Jack Catterall walked him into a straight left hand as well. But Echo Usman putting that pressure on Jack Catterall, getting that time, and nice straight right hand by Jack Catterall on the ropes right there as Jack Catterall initiates a clinch right there, holding Echo Usman, and the referee has to get up in there and separate them. Very close fight, man. Jack Catterall on the punch stat seems to be the one landing the cleaner shots, though, as Echo Usman is being an active fighter, but Jack Catterall seems to be more of the sniper, right? Taking his time and landing these shots. But Echo Usman still very effective in his own right as far as between the pressure and trying to really trying to feint and get Jack Catterall to overcommit to something so he can get that right hand going. But Jack Catterall being very reserved with his punches, you know, still taking one jab at a time, one shot at a time. Keep in mind, Bozy Ennis is trying to push Jack Catterall to let that lead hand go a lot more. He wants to see him double and triple up on that jab so that he can open up some opportunities with that left hand. Echo Usman with that irky-jerky style, though, is keeping Jack Catterall at bay, but Jack Catterall is still finding opportunities to still be accurate and land his shots, but one shot at a time. Nice straight left hand by Jack Catterall right there on the back of that jab right there as Usman continues to apply that pressure. Straight right hand by Usman flies right over Jack Catterall's head as he's able to slip that shot, and now getting more active with that jab, way more active by that jab by Jack Catterall, taking his time, reaching out there, but still not gauging that distance all the way, I think, the way, you know, he ideally would want to, and that's why he's not doubling and tripling up on that jab. He's not finding him as much as he'd like to find him right there. We're getting close to the end of this third round right here. That was a very close round. Once again, a very close round. I'm going to give it to Jack Catterall, though. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to give him that round. I got this 2-1 so far. It is what it is. Salute to my guy, Talk of SD in the building. What's up, Talk SD? We ain't talking a minute, man. I know, man. I've been so busy, man. Salute to you, though, man. Appreciate you being in the building, man. I've been so busy outside of this channel. You know what I mean? It's been kind of difficult for me to kind of keep up with everything, but appreciate you being in the building, brother. We just got into a B-roll here, a B-line here to Connor Benn, who's staying in his groove. I don't know what he's listening to, but he seems like he's trying to stay in his zone and his hands are getting wrapped. This is the next one. The main event is going to be Connor Benn versus Chris Eubank going into this fight right here. So the whole crowd is looking. The place is starting to fill in a little bit here. People are filling up into the building here to see this fight. Connor Benn, Chris Eubank 2 coming off fight of the year in April. Let's see if these guys can follow that up with anything. We're at the top of the fourth round right now. As now you're seeing Jack Catterall starting to get more active with that jab. He's at least letting it go more. Nice straight left hand by Jack Catterall, trying to double, triple up on that jab. Oh, nice. He's taking the instructions from Bozy Ennis in this fight. Listen, in the last round, Jack Catterall looked like he was being a little bit more reserved with that jab. Nice work. Nice work right there. Now, listen, letting that hand go right there. Echo Usman is also finding opportunities there. So Echo Usman is loving the activity from Jack Catterall because it gives him an opportunity to get his own thing going on. But Jack Catterall doing a great job punching in between the punches of Usman as Usman is starting to leak in the middle of his face right now. Jack Catterall is starting to take effect on Usman. So Bozy Ennis's instructions, One thing I'm going to notice, and I'm going to tell you guys right now, is look how Jack Catterall took that instruction from Bozy Ennis, and he is working on applying it, right? He's becoming more active with the jab. He's throwing that left hand a lot more, and he's finding more opportunities. So here you're seeing Bozy Ennis's instruction translating to something good for Jack Catterall. A lot of fighters sometimes, taking their time as Bozy's giving them instructions on how to move, but they're still kind of being rogue in the ring right there. Jack Catterall showing his aptitude to take those instructions and turn that into performance in the middle of the ring, right? And this is why everybody was saying, and what I was saying yesterday, and me and Ray and Angelo were talking about Jack Catterall being a perfect student for Bozy Ennis, because he's going to apply it, right? And that's what he's doing. He's doubling up on the jab. Look at that beautiful movement by Jack Catterall. Echo Usman is leaking all over the place right now. This is the first round out of this whole entire fight where we see Jack Catterall separating himself, now becoming way more comfortable sitting in there, throwing with Echo Usman. And listen, that left hand is finding Echo Usman. Beautiful work right there as both guys are sitting in the paint right now. Jack Catterall standing on his ground, not using as much movement, and really just timing Echo Usman and just trying to walk him in the shots. But Echo, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, although Echo is leaking and getting hit with shots, this is the fight he wants, because this is the opportunity he gets. If Jack Catterall sits in the pocket right there and throws with him, this is an opportunity for Echo Usman to do something. But Jack Catterall is still getting the better of both guys. Beautiful work right there. Straight right hand by Jack Catterall lays Echo Usman out, man. What a shot right down the pipe. Beautiful work, man. Beautiful work by Jack Catterall here. Beautiful work as Jack Catterall going in for the finish, putting the combination punching together, man. What an improvement by Jack Catterall. You see Bozy Ennis's influence on Jack Catterall, making him way more of a headhunter now, walking down Echo Usman, hitting him with a straight left hand again. Beautiful work by Jack Catterall, walking down Echo Usman, putting the pressure on him. Listen, it is a battering happening right now in this ring. We're at the end of the fourth round right now, and Jack Catterall has separated himself from Echo Usman in this fight. And listen, this is the kind of fights that bring a trainer and a fighter together, as Bozy Ennis's instructions being metabolized so well by Jack Catterall. Look at the beautiful timing with a check left hook and with a check right hook and a straight left hand down the middle, puts Echo Usman not on his pockets, on his back, ladies and gentlemen. Great work by Jack Catterall, and you got to give Bozy Ennis his flowers right now, because this is what it looks like when the instructions are taken by the corner. Jack Catterall buying into the Bozy Ennis style and approach to boxing right now. And look, he gets to see something positive come from it. So that's going to strengthen that relationship between him and Bozy. This is the chemistry that we're watching happening as we're watching both styles melt together. There's a gelling happening right here. I'm telling you guys, a nice gelling happening right there, man. Great work by Jack Catterall. We're going into the fifth round right now. That was a 10-8 round for Jack Catterall, and Jack Catterall back in where he left off. Now you see Jack Catterall sitting on his punches a lot more right there, timing Echo Usman, and he's actually behind that jab, but really it's that check left hook and that check right hook, and that straight left hand that's really messing Echo Usman up. Now that jab is still active there, right? But the Jack is beautiful, man. 1-2 down the middle, standing behind that jab and shooting that left straight up the middle now that he's getting that time. And you can see the distant gauging is getting better with Jack Catterall. Now he's got Echo where he wants him. He knows where he wants him. He knows where he's going to hit him at, and he knows where Echo's not going to hit him back at. So Jack is really processed the data well and staying behind that jab. Beautiful left hook, a left uppercut to the body right there. Back on that jab right there, catching Usman right down the middle. Standing behind that jab. Check left hook by Jack Catterall. Back on that jab by Jack Catterall, followed by a straight left hand down the middle. Beautiful work by Jack Catterall on Echo Usman, man. Just standing behind that jab right there. I'm sure the building's got to be going crazy right now. I don't got the sound on, but I can imagine. Back on that jab. Beautiful work. Beautiful work from beautiful timing. Left uppercut by Jack Catterall on Echo Usman, as Echo Usman's trying to just really apply a lot of pressure to Jack Catterall and just trying to stay on him and not allow him to be comfortable, but not doing a good job of getting away from the battering. that Jack Catterall is putting on him. We're here at the minute 22nd mark here. Round 5, Jack Catterall versus Echo Usman. We got Jack Catterall in the black and silver shorts, Echo Usman in the gold and purple trim shorts right there, as Jack Catterall is starting to put on a clinic against Echo Usman, battering him here. We're about to hit the minute mark here. Echo not able to adjust and figure out any middle ground right there to really compete and give Jack Catterall any real issues right there, right? This is a great fight, but once again, Jack Catterall making it a masterclass, and Echo Usman being a great dance partner right there for Jack Catterall, putting the pressure on Jack Catterall, but just giving Jack Catterall an opportunity to showcase what him and Bozy Ennis has been working on for the past 3.5 months. Wow, man. It is what it is, man. But, Jack Catterall being a way more active fighter, letting his hands go a lot more right here. There's a con to this. There's a pro and there's a con to this. And the con is the more Jack Catterall lets his hands go, the more chances he's giving Echo Usman to land something significant in this fight. But look, he's taking his chances and he's doing a great job of really just measuring and delivering a beautiful offense to Echo Usman, man. Like, Echo is trying and he's letting his hands go. Here we go. Echo showing some life here at the end of that round. Echo definitely still in the fight, without a doubt. He's definitely still in the fight right here. A lot of pressure. I don't know if the judges would want to give him that last round. I'm not. I think I'm going to say Jack Catterall got that round right there. But this is a closer fight than the scorecards would have you show it. I definitely have Jack Catterall up 4-1 at this point, 4 rounds to 1. And of course, we got a 10-8 round in there in the last round when he knocked Echo Usman on his back. But still, Echo Usman, a very alive fighter. Beeline over to Terrence Crawford, who is in the building right now to support his coach and Bomac. He's in the locker room right now of Eubanks. He just shook Chris Eubank Sr.'s hand right there. Chris Eubanks has to give him some philosophy right there as Terrence Crawford is listening to him right there. Shakes hands with Chris Eubank Jr. I'm sure Chris Eubank Jr. is happy to see him in that locker room. Terrence Crawford up in there. At one point in time, rumors were circulating in the spate that Chris Eubank Jr. and Terrence Crawford may be trying to put a fight together. Everybody was conflicted, being that Bomac was over there with Chris Eubank. So I think it's pretty safe to say that those guys ain't fighting each other anytime soon. We're at the top of the 6th round right now. Jack Catterall versus Echo Usman. Beautiful work. Jack Catterall now. Echo Usman walking down Jack Catterall there, straight right hands, finding Jack Catterall behind a good jab right there. As Jack Catterall, nice body work, check left hook to the body, 1-2 down the middle for check left hook to the body, and 1-2 down the middle by Jack Catterall. We're hitting a 2-minute 25-second mark here. Echo Usman walking down Jack Catterall here a lot more, but Jack Catterall responding with his own flurry of punches here to get Echo Usman off of him, as Echo Usman is trying to apply that pressure to Jack Catterall, continues to walk him down with that jab and trying to find him with that straight right hand. But Jack Catterall is still finessing, able to move inside the pocket real well, able to slip a lot of shots, and more importantly, make Echo Usman pay for his mistakes. We just hit the 2-minute marker right there. Straight left hand to the body from Jack Catterall to Echo Usman. Another shoots off a nice left hand to the body right there. Both fighters fall into a clinch right there. Echo Usman looking to still be active, super active in this fight right here. This is a great fight, man. Stylistically, beautiful work by Jack Catterall, putting together a nice combination right there that ends with a left uppercut right up the middle. But Echo Usman continue to walk. Nice right hook by Echo Usman, catches Jack Catterall. Nice work to the body by Jack Catterall, back on Echo Usman. Echo is doing a good job of smothering Jack Catterall. Now, Jack Catterall is also doing a good job of working inside there, but without a doubt, Echo Usman continues to apply this pressure. We'll see what that translates like into the championship rounds if this fight gets into the championship rounds, right? But that pressure that Echo Usman's putting on Jack Catterall, we'll see how effective that is, right? Jack Catterall still putting those punches together well. Echo Usman leaking all over the place, man. Guys, don't get it twisted. You see blood on Jack Catterall, but I promise you it is not Jack Catterall's blood. Echo Usman leaking like a broken faucet right there from that work, that straight left hand of Jack Catterall finding Echo Usman tonight constantly, right? Echo working behind that jab, trying to put that pressure and continue to walk Jack Catterall down right here. This is the kind of fight Jack Catterall really is putting that Bozy Ennis style to the test, right? Let's go. Okay, Curtis Robinson has it 3-2, so he's giving Echo one more round than I did. I have it 4-1. Let's go. We're at the 15-second mark here. Beautiful check right hook by Jack Catterall, catches Echo Usman coming in. We're at the 10-second mark here as Echo continues to apply pressure to Jack Catterall right there. This may be an Echo Usman round. I'm not going to lie to you. But Jack Catterall stealing the round right now as Echo Usman is keeping his hand. Jack Catterall, I think, took that round, man. That was a good round for Echo Usman. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to give Echo that round. I'm going to give Echo that round, man. I'm going to give him that round. I'm going to give him that round, man. But still super close fight, man. Curtis Robinson, salute. Appreciate that, man. I'm watching to see how Bozy Ennis affects Jack Catterall. I want to see what this 3.5 months with Bozy Ennis has done for Jack Catterall. And so far, I'm happy with what I'm looking at, right? Now, Jack Catterall, without a doubt, is becoming way more, he's taking more risk than I normally see him taking, to be honest with you. But beautiful work by Jack Catterall to capitalize. Tight punches by Jack Catterall, able to get to the point before Echo. If Echo Usman can tighten up those punches a little bit more, could pump that jab a little bit more and slip that jab, that lead hand of Jack Catterall a little bit more, we can see Echo Usman take more rounds, right? And maybe even hit Jack Catterall with something more significant. So with the top of around 7 right here, halfway mark, past Echo Usman in the gold and purple trim shorts and Jack Catterall in the black shorts here. Both guys fighting. This 147-pound fight right here going on right here. Is Jack Catterall is still staying his ground, working behind that jab, but also letting a lot of good tight combination punching from Jack Catterall. Short combination punching, timing out Echo Usman, trying to walk him into these bad shots. Echo Usman's already been down a round here. I believe it was round 5. Echo Usman got sat on his back, not on his pockets. A significant straight left hand put him on his back. Echo Usman continuing to apply that pressure. That last round was a good round for Echo Usman as he's trying to find Jack Catterall being way more active. Beautiful work by Echo Usman, working his way out that clinch, punching his way out that clinch, just staying on Jack Catterall here. But Jack Catterall doing a good job of just punching in between the punches of Echo Usman. Echo, beautiful work to the body right there. Great aggression by Echo Usman. Jack Catterall is going to be in a championship round soon with this guy, and we're going to see if the pressure by Echo Usman was able to do anything to Jack Catterall. Great straight right hand catches Jack Catterall on the way in. Beautiful right hand. Nice straight left hand by, or was that like a left uppercut? A nice sneaky shot right there. Caught Echo Usman coming in there. Jack Catterall leaking from over his right eye right now at this point, bleeding over his right eye. Echo Usman finding Jack Catterall with a nice right hand, stumbles Jack Catterall back a little bit right now. That pressure starting to show up. Blood on the face of both of these fighters. Beautiful 1-2. Nice work by Jack Catterall right there, letting his hands go. These guys are putting in the work right now. Beautiful work right there, but Jack Catterall seems to be a little bit out on his legs, just a little bit. I'm not too sure. Nice straight left hand by Jack Catterall as Echo Usman is applying the pressure to Jack Catterall here. This is a great round right here. Who do we give it to, man? Jack Catterall staying his ground and letting his hands go, but Echo Usman continuing to work behind his jab, and so is Jack Catterall working behind his jab as well. Actually being more defensive with the jab now, but Echo Usman standing behind that jab and continuing to apply pressure to Jack Catterall. Both these guys putting it in right now. Beautiful work by Echo Usman. Catches Jack Catterall on the ropes right there. Great right hand by Echo Usman on Jack Catterall as Jack Catterall initiates a clinch here. Both these guys working a bloody fight right now. Bloody fight between Jack Catterall and Echo Usman, as Echo Usman relentlessly applies the pressure to Jack Catterall, but Catterall still finding Echo. Nice right hand. Listen, Echo Usman punches in bunches. Straight right hand down the middle, still finding Jack Catterall from time to time, and Jack Catterall is starting to wear away. Nice check left hook by Usman on the break right there, as Jack Catterall is going backwards. End of that first round. Great ending. Finally seeing Echo Usman closing out the round, not allowing Jack Catterall to steal that round for him. I'm going to be honest with you, guys. I'm giving Echo Usman that round. I'm going to give him that round. I'm going to give Echo Usman that round. He's not letting Jack Catterall off the hook here. Look at that. Walks him right into a nice straight right hand. Beautiful. Boom. A right hand catches Jack Catterall as he tries to wean over to his left a little bit and slip these shots from Echo Usman, but Echo now finding him with the right hand. He's finding him with that right hand. This is a great fight here. This is a great fight here, man. Salute to Mohammed Salam. Appreciate the grind. Thank you, family. I appreciate you recognizing the grind, man. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Yeah, Curtis says Jack can barely see, man. Yeah, that cut over the eye now, over the right eye of Jack Catterall is going to play its part in this fight right here, as Echo Usman is still relentlessly applying that pressure right now. This fight a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, as Jack Catterall was able to look real pretty and slick in those first couple of rounds here. But this is the Bozy and his style, right? It's more active. It's more there's more punches being exchanged with his style, and it leaves the fighters open to getting hit with certain shots. It is what it is, right? But right now, I've got Echo Usman. Let me see here. 1, 2, 3. I got him 3 rounds. So what is it? So 4-3? 4-3 rounds right now. I have it here. Carl Frampton's card has it 5 rounds to 2. I've got it 4-3 right now. And we got to remember, we got an 8-round, a 4th round knockdown right there. We have to remember that it's a 10-8 round here for Jack Catterall. So Jack Catterall is still ahead in this fight, but this is still a big fight right here, as Jack Catterall's continue to try to let his hands go, become more active in there, acclimating to the Bozy Ennis style and approach to boxing right there, which has Jack Catterall giving us a way more exciting fight, but at the same time, he's taking some shots that maybe he wouldn't take normally. There we go. Nice right down the middle. Beautiful work by Jack Catterall, who's recovering well from a cut over his right eye. Let's see here. As Echo Usman continues to apply the pressure, nice check left hook by Echo Usman, continue to walk Jack Catterall down. See, the body language in here says that Echo Usman is properly applying the pressure to Jack Catterall. But there it is, Jack Catterall with a nice 1-2 down the middle, catches him with a straight left hand as Echo Usman is coming in, still applying the pressure, not discouraged. Using his will. Echo Usman's will is really playing a big role in this fight right now, because although Jack Catterall has been able to hit Echo Usman with a lot of clean shots, Echo Usman not falling back off of that pressure, which makes this fighting as exciting as it's been, right? This is the 8th round here, a minute and 10-second mark here in the 8th round here, and this fight is exciting, still up in the air. Echo Usman is in this fight and can win this fight because of how Jack Catterall is approaching the fight, being way more offensive and standing in the pocket a lot more, giving Echo Usman a lot of opportunities to hit him with cleaner shots. But Jack Catterall at the same time doing a great job catching him with those clean sights. Nice check left hook for Jack Catterall, catches Echo Usman coming in. Beautiful work. Echo Usman doing a good job of applying pressure, but Jack Catterall doing a great job of timing Echo Usman out with that check left hook and following it up with a check right hook, and following it up with a left uppercut or a straight left right down the middle. Doing a good job of putting those combinations together. You can tell he's been working on it, but defensively open, right? You're seeing Jack Catterall take more of a beating. And this, once again, guys, is something common with Bozy Ennis's fighters. Not the bleeding, but the fact that they're there to be hit because they're standing in the pocket. So Jack Catterall standing in the pocket, slipping, throwing back a lot more shots, but because of that, giving opportunities for Echo Usman to hit him with his own shots. So Jack Catterall is still winning and looking good, dare I say, but at the same time, Echo Usman still in this fight because of the opportunities that Jack Catterall is offering Echo Usman in the fight. This is a great fight right here, man. I think I'm gonna give that one right there to Jack Catterall. That's a Jack Catterall round for me. Nigel Benn in the back right there being interviewed. Let's see what Nigel's saying. All right, we're at the top of the 9th round right here. Jack Catterall versus Echo Usman. Echo Usman stepping to the middle of the ring, not giving up the war for that jab. That jab, the war for the jab has been there the whole night, man. Jack Catterall's gotten the better of a lot of these exchanges, but Echo Usman's made this fight a fight because he refuses to concede or take a knee. He refuses to do that in this fight right here. And Echo Usman continues to apply the pressure. Nice 1-2 down the middle by Jack Catterall. Straight left hand to the body of Echo Usman from Jack Catterall's. Echo Usman now starting to slap that left hand a little bit more. Beautiful work by Echo Usman in the corner right there. Jack Catterall initiates the clinch, grabs him up in the clinch right there. We are at the 2-minute and 10-second mark of round 9 here. Beautiful left uppercut timed out by Jack Catterall. Catches Usman on the way in there. And the clinch is initiated. The referee's going to have to get in the middle of that. No, both fighters separate themselves. Great check right hook by Jack Catterall. That check right hook has played its game tonight as well, man, as Jack Catterall able to keep that hook very active, where Echo Usman, and to a point, you got to say that Echo Usman may have, Echo Usman's jab has given Jack Catterall some issues in this fight, but he's responded well by adjusting, by instead of trying to win the jab war, when Echo Usman jabs, you'll see Jack Catterall actually come over the top with a right hook, right? Beautiful work by Jack Catterall right there. Stumbles Echo Usman back right there. Beautiful punch combinations by Jack Catterall right there. Great work right there, man. Jack Catterall having a great round right now. We're about to hit the minute 10-second mark here. Jack Catterall on his back foot, able to work out a lot of opportunities, and he's catching Echo Usman. Beautiful work. Beautiful work by Jack Catterall, man. I mean, he's doing a masterclass on remodeling Echo Usman's right side of his face. And that nose is going to be a lot flatter, I promise you, in this fight than it was going into the fight. Beautiful straight right hand by Echo Usman, catches Jack Catterall on the ropes, and Jack Catterall initiates a clinch and turns Usman around and back into the middle of the ring, back on that jab, double and tripling up on that jab, right down the middle. Beautiful work. This fight right here is a nasty fight, ladies and gentlemen. It's a nasty fight. Both guys working inside that clinch right there. Referee warns Jack Catterall about over clinching a little bit. Nice check right hook, catches Usman on the way in, followed up by a left straight hand. So a nice right hook into a left straight left hand. Beautiful, beautiful. Jack Catterall on his back foot. Echo Usman, without a doubt, that pressure is starting to show its face up on Jack Catterall. You keep keeping the feeling that Echo Usman's going to do something in this fight to change the whole entire momentum of this fight. Although Jack Catterall is doing a good job of dealing with it, it's still, without a doubt, a lot of pressure, and that blood is getting in the eye of Jack Catterall. He's having to deal with that. Echo Usman is not taking his foot off the gas. I'm going to give that round to Echo Usman, man. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to give that round to Echo. You know what I mean? I'm going to give that round. Echo is applying that pressure, but Jack is hitting him with the cleaner shots. I don't know. It's up in the air. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Let me see here. What do I got here? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got this fight being a very close fight outside of that knockdown, right? That knockdown really puts Jack Catterall where he needs to be. But I don't know, man. I kind of got it like 5-4 on my cards. I don't know, man. I got it 5-4, man. I don't know. I gave Echo that last round. I don't know what it is about. Did I give him that? I don't know, man. I'm kind of feeling this round right here, round 9, is going to be a swing round, man. It all depends on what the judges like to see in that round, man. The pressure was there from Echo, and you seen like, Jack getting affected by the pressure, but at the same time, here, just like jab, now Jack becoming way more active with his jab right there, setting up his shots. Is a good look for Jack Catterall in this one right here. Sitting in that shell, trying to catch these shots on his glove so that he can respond. Let's see here. We have the 2-minute, 20-second mark here. This fight is nasty, man. Nasty work. Now Usman trying to set it up with off his jab. He's trying to hook off his jab now. And Jack Catterall doing a good job of smothering that with a clinch and then separating the clinch his damn self, right? Walking Usman into those straight left hands all night long. Usman's been getting walked into those straight left hands, left uppercuts. You know what I mean? He's finding him there. All right. Nice straight right hand catches Jack Catterall on the ropes right there. But Jack Catterall really just outclassing Echo Usman. Echo's just making it a dirty fight. And I don't mean dirty like he's being a dirty fighter. He's being a clean fighter, but he's just making it dirty. He's in the paint just looking for his opportunities. He's working himself, and he's taking advantage of Jack Catterall, who's way more. Nice right hand by Echo Usman. Catches Jack Catterall, pushes him back. Jack Catterall through the ropes. Is that a knockdown? I don't know if that's a knockdown. He pushes Jack Catterall through the ropes. Yeah, it's not a knockdown. But listen, Echo was putting together a nice straight 1-2 by Jack Catterall right there. That was exciting to see, you know, because there's an argument there to say that Echo put him in that corner with a straight right hand, and that Jack Catterall was kind of falling back trying to get away from that and fell through the ropes, right? He fell through the ropes. Oh, wow, man. Watch out for the head button right there. 30-second mark about to hit here in round 10 right here as Echo Usman is putting together an offense. Jack Catterall responding with his own, letting his hands go right now. And this is where Jack Catterall, this is beautiful. Jack Catterall putting that work in there. Nice work by Jack Catterall. Nice check right hook. Straight left hand down the middle. Catches Echo coming in. And as he stays behind that jab, Jack Catterall is definitely tired, right? You can definitely tell, but he's there in the fight. He's doing what he has to do. This is his fight to win. He doesn't want to allow Echo Usman to take this away from him. As Echo Usman says, bring it to the center of the ring. Let's throw it down for the crowd here. Let's put on the show. Let's steal the show tonight. Let's steal the show tonight. Great round right there. I don't know how you guys want to score this. I don't know how you guys want to score this right here. This is such a it's so close at what's happening, but Jack Catterall seems to be edging it out for me, right? Like in that round right there, you see Jack Catterall having his moments, but who's in control of the fight at this point? Because when the fight gets this close, when there's things like this happening, it's almost like will against will, and if that's what we're talking about, if we're talking about whose will is overcoming the other guy's will, I think there's an argument there to say that Echo is winning that part of the game. But if we're talking about punch stats, cleaner punching, Jack Catterall to me is winning that easily. How do you judge something like this? The judges, do they appreciate the ring generalship of Echo Usman walking Jack Catterall down constantly in this fight, or are they paying attention to the clean punching from Jack Catterall, and are they rewarding the sweet science of boxing by giving these rounds to Jack Catterall, right? I'm going to give that round right there to Jack Catterall. I'm going to give the sweet science its respect, but I'm telling you guys it's a close fight. That knockdown is maybe the difference maker in this fight. Let's see how the judges score it when it's all said and done. If it goes, nice work right there by oh wow, hold on, is that a knockdown? Or not a knockdown? What just happened here? Is the ref going to call him a knockdown? No, it's not a knockdown, but that was interesting, that little exchange right there, man. Let me get into this fight here. 2 minutes and 15 seconds into the 11th round here. Jack Catterall in the black and silver shorts and Echo Usman in the gold and trim shorts right here. Jack Catterall putting Usman out the ring right there. Oh, my goodness. That might be it for Echo Usman right there. That might be it. Fight is over with. Puts Echo Usman through the ropes. Is it over with? Is the match over with? What is Jack Catterall doing? He's on his knees there. Yeah, it looks like, is the fight over with? It's got to be over with, right? The fight is over with. Jack Catterall stops Echo Usman, puts him through the ropes in the 11th round here as Echo. What's going on here? So Jack Catterall gets a victory here, I believe. Stops Echo Usman, puts him through the ropes. Great look by Jack Catterall. How do you guys feel about the Bozy and his Jack Catterall team? How do we feel about Jack Catterall 2.0? A good test for the the system, the Boziana system here that's being applied with Jack Catterall. Outside of Jack Catterall having a cut over his right eye, the blood was getting in his eyes. We started to see it have its effect and give Echo Usman a lot of opportunities to capitalize on it. The pressure was there. But that's part of the game, right? That's part of the game. But for the most part, Jack Catterall looked real good in this fight. A lot of clean punches by Jack Catterall, but having to deal with the pressure of an Echo Usman who just would not stop applying the pressure, right? And that's, you got to give props to Echo Usman for keeping his will in this fight all the way to the end. You gotta say that on that exchange where Echo Usman got caught with that check right hook that laid him down by Jack Catterall, that although the referee didn't count the knockdown affected him, right? It knocked him off his equilibrium. And Jack Catterall knew that and said, okay, I didn't get that knockdown. We didn't get the 10 count or the 8 count on that, but you're still hurt. You could have used an 8 count. Right? An 8 count would have helped Echo Usman recover, but because that recovery wasn't there, Jack Catterall was just able to just follow up. Shout out to Jack Catterall for recognizing Echo Usman was a hurt fighter from that exchange, and he just swarmed him and put him literally through the ropes, and ended this fight, man. What a fight, man. Forget my scorecards. We don't need the scorecards, right? We don't need the scorecards. Jack Catterall able to stop Echo Usman in the 11th round. That was a big win for Jack Catterall, as Jack Catterall announces himself at 147 pounds and says, yeah, I looked all right against Harlem Eubanks, but Harlem Eubanks really made it an ugly, whack fight. Let's be real. Harlem Eubanks was such an ugly fight because of Harlem Eubanks refusing to exchange with Jack Catterall. But this fight right here against Echo Usman, who has a victory over Josh Taylor, puts Jack Catterall right back in the conversations with one of those guys at 147. Does this work him into an opportunity at a title eliminator fight next, or something of that nature? Could the next fight be potentially Jack Catterall versus Keyshawn Davis, maybe even, right? That might be the fight. No, 147. God, I'm bugging, bro. I'm on 140 again. I'm still at 140. Jack Catterall at 147. Could this put him in a title eliminator fight potentially to get into a line to maybe fight the winner of Shakur Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez, right? Is that can it get him in that conversation, right? We got to see. A lot of moves that can be made here. Echo Usman has nothing to hang his head down about, man. He really was a great dance partner for Jack Catterall, and I appreciate his approach to the fight, because I think that was his best way of winning this here. Here they're showing that exchange right here to win, and here it is, boom, right here, that straight right hand caught Echo Usman on that exchange, but it hurt Echo, right? Here it is right here, a nice a left uppercut catches Echo Usman, pulls him down to a knee right here as Echo Usman tries to recover, but a straight right hand right down the middle catches Usman right on his chin and lays him on his back. Although the referee did not count that knockdown, you got to say that it affected him, right? It definitely affected him. And here is a replay of Jack Catterall just finishing his food right here. Beautiful right hook, straight left hand, nice left hook, right hook catches Usman. Not beautiful. It was a left uppercut that just put Usman out of there, man, and sent him out the ropes, man. I mean, it was a beautiful shot, man. What a beautiful shot here. Jack Catterall showing that he got that killer instinct. This is where the Bozy Ennis fight, with the Bozy Ennis style or approach system, the Bozy Ennis system of boxing shows its beautiful colors, right? This is where Jack Catterall benefits from being with Bozy Ennis. His ability to close the show this way. See the blood in the water. Beautiful left uppercut catches him right in between his gloves, man, and just puts Usman out of there. And Usman just, I mean, beautiful work. Beautiful work by Jack Catterall, man. Yeah, I was wrong. Not T.O. and Shakur. Yeah, that's why I said, Mohab, I made a mistake, man. I kept thinking about 140. I keep thinking about 140, not 147. That's why I'm tripping. Oh, yeah, I'm still tripping, bro. Oh, man, I'm still tripping. I mean Brian Norman, Devin Haney. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, my God. Help me, Jesus. Help me, please. Help me, please. Appreciate it. Help me, please. Help me, please. Help me, please. I'm all over the place, man. I'm all over the place, man. Yeah, Haney Norman Jr. would be maybe he can get into a title eliminator that can get him in position to fight maybe one of those guys. That's what I really should have been saying, not Tio and Shakur. I doubt he gets Haney Norman Jr. winner. I don't think that's what's going to happen for Jack Catterall, but he's in the conversation, right? I believe he's fighting for some sort of a WBO title here, so maybe an eliminator, you know what I mean, for his next fight to be next in line. Who would be in that eliminator? Let me see, WBO, maybe what is it, like a Polanco? No, maybe a Polanco Jack Catterall fight. Is that what we're looking at? Let me look at the ranking right now. Or maybe I was gonna say Tiger Johnson just had a nice performance, but I don't see that happening for him. Tiger's over there at top, or maybe. Let's see here. Super Junior welterweight. Jack Catterall has to be very pleased with his performance and very pleased with the work that Bozianis gave him in the camp. So let's see what happens here. I want to hear what he says in the ring here. All right, so Eddie Hearn makes it clear right there what his goals is. So I was close to it, right? I was all over the place, scatterbrained about it. I was talking about Tio and Shakur, and I keep putting Jack Catterall at 140 pounds, but at 147 right now, we got the WBO title being fought for next week between Brian Norman Jr. and Devin Haney. It looks like Eddie Hearn is eyeing the winner of that fight. He wants to throw Jack Catterall into a championship fight. Now, listen, if he's got that kind of leverage, he said he spoke to the president of the WBO. And that this would put him at a number one spot. I find that kind of hard to believe that Jack Catterall is number one now in the WBO. But listen, the 147-pound division is a light division, right? It's not really stacked right now. Although it would seem that Jack Catterall will be leaping a lot of fighters in the sanction in the structure of the sanctioning body right now. I mean, you got Alexis Rocha right there, the number 2 spot, but Echo Usman was number 3 on the WBO rankings, right? But in between there, you got Karen Kugadajian, you got Liam Paro, who just came over a great performance. Liam seems to be next up on the Lewis Crocker hit list right there to try to get himself an IBF title there. So, you take Liam out of there, you got Karen, and of course, you got Alexis Rocha. So I guess he's going to leap these guys. If he doesn't get the winner between Brian Norman and then Devin Haney, which I think is a good chance he might not get that winner, right? I think that if Devin Haney wins this fight, maybe it's possible, right? If Devin Haney beats Brian Norman Jr., does Devin Haney move forward and fight a Jack Catterall, or does he if the fight is good enough, is it rematch worthy, right? But Bill Haney is very much a chess player. Would he give Brian Norman Jr. that rematch? Maybe, right? On the back end of Turkey Al-Sheikh pushing for it. So you just don't know. That fight is such a big fight next week that you don't know if there's not going to be a sequel to it, a rematch to it. And that being said, if Jack Catterall doesn't go ahead and fight the winner between Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr., then are we looking at a potential Alexis Rocha's fight or Karen Kukudadjian fight, right? That he might be willing to put together, right? Or maybe he might give Rohan Polanco an opportunity. I don't see why he would. He just leapfrogged Rohan Polanco right now. Rohan Polanco is a high risk, low reward fighter, and he's a top ranked fighter, right? He's not a matchroom fighter or anything like that. So, all that risk, no reward. I would look at Jack Catterall to probably fight either Karen or probably Karen next if he doesn't get the fight with Devin Haney, Brian Norman Jr. winner. That's what I would think. Just being honest with you. It is what it is, right? Yeah, dude said he back in the gym Monday. Hey, man, he's liking what. And listen, man, without a doubt, we got to give Bozy Ennis his flowers. Once again, another fighter that Bozy Ennis is slowly getting himself into the position of having a stable of fighters. As we just seen the announcement a week or so ago of Raymond Mortalo versus Andy Cruz, and I believe the date's been set, right? So the date's going to be, when is the date for that fight? When is the date for that fight? That fight is getting ready to happen. Hold on a second here. Because I know a date's been given to that fight right there. Hold on a second here. Let me see here. Let's see here. So January 24th for Andy Cruz and Raymond Mortala here. This one for the IBF 135-pound title right there. So Bozy Ennis is working very well. His stable of fighters are all chasing down titles. He has his son, obviously, Duran, who's on the verge of getting a title shot, and is a former unified lineal champion at 147 pounds. He's going to get a title at 154 soon. You've got Jack Catterall now in line to potentially get a title shot between the winner of Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr. And of course, we've got Stephen Fulton, who's a WBC champion at 126, getting ready to compete for a title at 130 in the coming weeks. And who else am I missing here? Raymond Mortala, Stephen Fulton, Andy Cruz, Jack Catterall. Yeah, and Jack Catterall about to fight for a title, right? So, he's up there. Is Bozy Ennis in the conversation for trainer of the year? As much criticism as it might look like I give Bozy Ennis, and I don't look at it as criticism because I got so much respect for him, but I do kind of acknowledge the fact that his system puts his fighters in the crosshairs of shots hitting them, right? He's not as much as hit, don't get hit. He's really about hit. You know what I mean? And if you got to get hit, don't get hit clean for sure, but don't be scared to get hit a little bit to apply your own shot that makes more sense. And it's been effective at this point. He's not taking losses. His fighters are all in the win column, but we've seen Andy Cruz get put on Bambi legs, right? We've seen him get clipped. We've seen Stephen Fulton get put on his pockets with Carlos Castro. In this fight right here with Jack Catterall, we've seen him catch some shots as well, right? Even though Jack Catterall did a great job in this fight, but he did catch more shots. He was in way more heated exchanges than I think we're normally used to seeing Jack Catterall in. But that being said, effective because the end product is the fact that he's winning, right? That's what's most important, that his fighters are winning and they're getting walked into championship opportunities. Bozy's had one of those years. Do we give him his respect? Is he in the conversation for trainer of the year? You guys let me know. What do you think? Salute to James Dixon. James Dixon in the building said, regards from Scotland. Regards, James Dixon. I appreciate you being in the building, man. Let me see here. Mohab Salam said, nah, Dev going for unification undisputed. Yeah, I feel you. Yup, exactly. Especially if Ryan Garcia gets a victory against, if that fight gets put together with Mario Barrios and that fight and Ryan Garcia walks away with a victory there. That's probably going to be one of the biggest anticipated fights next year. Just hasn't been spoken on because Ryan Garcia hasn't done played his role, to become a champion or at least get a victory, get on a winning streak of some sort. But you would think that if Ryan Garcia were able to secure a WBC title, that would end up being one of the biggest fights that could be made next year. So Jack Catterall getting the win of Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr. seems a little far-fetched outside of the WBO activating some sort of a mandatory. So if the WBO gets involved, then yeah, we can see that fight happening. But outside of that, it is what it is, right? Curtis Robinson says, yeah, trainer of the year is either Bomac or Bozy. Yeah, man. Yeah, I feel you on that, man. I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like Robert Garcia is always floating around in the back room where you just can't. He just has so many fighters. You have to acknowledge Robert Garcia and what he's brought in with Virgil Ortiz, with Bam Rodriguez, and he's getting ready to go in there with Raymond Moratala and Andy Cruz in January. But I mean, you got to talk about him, and I'm telling you guys, Andy Lee is in the conversation. Even though we saw how Joseph Parker did not win his fight, Joseph Parker was still on a lot of people's cards well ahead until Fabio Worley was able to turn it up, and that referee with that questionable stoppage. But what Andy Lee's been able to do with Hamza Shiraz, can Andy Lee be in the conversation as well? Yeah, it's a lot of trainers doing a great job this year. A lot of trainers deserve a lot of respect and deserve to be celebrated for what they've done with their fighters this year. But Bozy Ennis definitely in that conversation with what he was able to do here with Jack Catterall in the UK and in just one camp too, right? Let's be real here. Jack Catterall with Bozy Ennis for the last 3.5-4 months, and Bozy you can see the changes. You can see Bozy's effect on Jack Catterall in this fight. So you got to give Bozy Ennis his flowers. Sure. Shout out to everybody in the building, guys. As we're stepping in the building, please take a moment, hit that like button, support the channel. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and hit that subscribe button. And I'm going to thank you guys in advance for doing that, right? Thank you guys in advance, man. Yeah, 100% more Absalom. That's it. That's what I was telling Angelo yesterday, right? My guy Angelo, we were talking about sanctioning bodies and the rules and the structure of boxing, and I was just telling him, like, we can't start to do that now for Jake Paul, talking about he's not ranked this and that. It doesn't matter. We're watching Ryan Garcia coming in off a loss. He has no victories at 147, but here he is off of a loss, walking into another title shot. Not only a title shot he didn't earn, in my opinion, but on a sanctioning body list that he was actually suspended from for for performance enhancement drugs and using racial terms and things of that nature. Mauricio Suleiman has suspended him off the list, right? It took him off the list indefinitely, and now off the back end of being allowed to be back on the list, not even having to take a fight with somebody in the rankings of WBC, walking right into a WBC title shot, it just throws shots at the credibility of the belts, and it lets you know that the stars always get favorable treatment when it comes to this, because at the end of the day, the sanctioning bodies is a money-making system. It's a way for outside people who have nothing to do with the fights to make money on the fights. I mean, even in this fight right here, the WBO receives sanctioning fees, right? Every time you see one of these belts pop up, all these intercontinental, world, international, interim, regular, all these different names for titles are just ways for these sanctioning bodies to make money off these fighters. And a move like this with Ryan Garcia and Mario Barrios potentially in the works is just another testament to how corrupt and flawed the system is, how much a joke the system is at the end of the day. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is, man. Let me see here. Guys, we're getting ready for the main event as the building is filling in, packing out here to see Conor Benn and Chris Eubank too. You guys know I got to hit you with the volume in a minute because I want to see the entrances for these guys here. So let me put you guys on a quick little mute here. I see the lights going down. Looks like it's about to go down. We got Mike Buffer in the middle of the ring right now, getting ready to bring these guys in here. Another classic throwback moment here where Turkey Al-Sheikh is showing his influence, bringing these characters back into boxing that just made boxing what it was years ago. Turkey Al-Sheikh in the ring right now with his phone as he's getting that front seat. He's getting those privileges, right, for paying for a lot of these fights to come together. It is what it is. But you know, Conor Benn getting ready to make his way into this ring right now. This fight right here is a Conor Benn Chris Eubank fight, more than the family issue, the family lineage and everything like this. This is get back. And Conor Benn looking like his own, as he was dressed like his father, right? On the last fight, wearing the wardrobe he was wearing, the gear he was wearing was more like his father. This is his fight right here. This is his night. This is his redemption. Making his way to the ring right now. Classic fight 7 months ago, guys. Classic, super classic fight here between Conor Benn and Chris Eubank, one for the history books. It's a fight of the year candidate. It might just be fight of the year. I mean, there've been some good fights this year, but you know, that fight right there, just when you bring it all together with everything, with the build up to the fight, with the pressers, with Chris Eubank Sr. popping up at the last minute, with the simply the best, with that music coming out, and Chris Eubank walking out to the ring, and Conor Benn coming out with that "I'm dangerous," right? All these different little intangibles that built the energy up for that night. It was such an experience sitting here at home watching and calling the fight. I could only imagine what it was inside the building, right? So this is going to be a follow-up to that, and we'll see what they're able to do to make it go, make it happen. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Hit you guys on a mute real quick so I can see him come out here. Let's see what he comes out. Yeah, man. The intros, I got goosebumps on my arms. The intros to these fighters, bro, man, they put the work in, man. This is what boxing needs. This type of energy, man. This type of energy, bro. Hey yo, let me tell you something right now. If you guys don't know, this is carnival music type. This is a Juve. This is I'm trying to remember the energy I'm trying to K here. I'm trying to give you the Eastern Parkway energy. This is Island Fever carnival music. This is get your blood going music, right? This is roti and curry goat in the streets, jerk chicken in the air, smell smoke everywhere, parties happening. This is carnival energy right here that Conor Benn is bringing to the ring right now. This is real significant. Yeah, the energy is lit, man. And it's not carnival, it's a combination, but that's the energy of the carnival, right? The drums, the marching band, everybody marching down the street, you know what I mean? Women dancing everywhere. Like I said, jerk chicken, smoke in the air, curry goat and roti getting sold on the side of the road. That's the energy I'm getting. I'm getting a party. It's a party, you know what I'm saying? And Conor Benn is trying to get that energy together where he needs it to be. This right here, we'll see what this translates like into the fight, right? Because one thing for sure is Conor Benn doesn't look angry. He looks excited. He had that father and son moment on the big stage right there. Listen, man, this is it for him, right? He's trained the past 7 months. This has been on his mind. He didn't even know if he was going to get this rematch. He tried to get it. Chris Eubanks threw a little bit of nonsense in there and kind of made you question as to whether the fight was going to happen or not. Conor Benn was actually looking to make another fight at one point in time because Chris Eubank just wasn't being cooperative and putting the fight together. But here it is. He gets his opportunity at redemption at a fight of the year candidate, a fight that he probably walked away feeling like he should have won. Not to say that he did on the scorecards, but he probably feels like if he just made a little bit of adjustments in that fight, he could have gotten the victory. Here's the truth of the matter, though. The Chris Eubanks he fought that night isn't necessarily going to be in the ring tonight. The Chris Eubank he's going to fight tonight is a Chris Eubank who's a smarter Chris Eubanks, who's got 12 rounds of fights with Conor Benn to work from, who's got Bomac in his corner. So the opportunity for him to make those little tweaks and win that fight, is that going to translate into this fight right here? Right? We're going to find out as Chris Eubanks is making his way to the ring with a big white fur a coat, I guess, a polar bear. I'm not too sure how we're going to process this, but he's making his way to the ring right now. And obviously with his father there with that, I don't know what that coat is made. I don't know if it's a bearskin rug jacket that he's throwing on, but it is what it is, man. 100% Pop Shop. This is the energy. This is the energy in the center stage field, 100%. No doubt. Shout out to NHD in the building. Pugilistic Shiznick in the building. Salute to salute. Foreign in the building says, I'm wrong. My bad. You're right. I guess he was talking to somebody. This is Eddie's Hearn's work, 100%. Shout out to everybody who's in the building right now. Take a moment and hit that like button as you're stepping into the building. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well. I appreciate all the new subscribers and for the support too as well, man. This one's gonna be a good one here. I'm gonna put you guys on mute for a second because I want to see what Chris Eubank is gonna put on here. We got 50 Cent in the building. This is it. Big money being spent here to put together a show like this. Let's go. Oh, man, my bad. I got the mute on, man. I just said all that shit. I was talking my shit right there, and I didn't even get, like I said, the energy, I'm going to repeat it. The energy was captured by Chris Eubank. He took the energy with that walkout, and it makes a difference, right? In a fight like this, especially when we're talking about Conor Benn and we're talking about emotions. I was giving you guys this whole spiel about the emotions of Conor Benn having to be intact and be in the right place, balance. He can't be completely subdued, right? He doesn't want to drown out his emotions, but he wants to control himself. But he wants to apply that passion and that emotion into his explosive, the explosive side to his boxing style, right? However you want to look at it. So Chris Eubank coming out with 50 Cent, wankster, many man, I'll whoop your head, boy. I mean, listen, man, it just captured the energy of what Chris Eubank is probably trying to do tonight. And you saw Chris Eubank really just getting amped. Right, he was drinking that Kool-Aid and feeling that energy. So it's part of this fight. It's part of the fight. Where's Conor Benn at now? Because arguably, I would have to say Chris Eubank stole the energy from the crowd. The crowd was just going crazy. I was going crazy. I'm sure you guys were going crazy. What was Conor Benn doing in that corner as Chris Eubank was making his way to the ring with 50 Cent walking him out? We're going to find out what that looks like in the fight, right? I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. That ring walk was one of the best ring walks I've seen in the longest time. I'm just going to be honest with you. That was one of the best ring walks I've seen in forever. That was a moment that they're going to talk about when this fight is done with, right? And especially if Chris Eubank wins this fight in a dominating way. You know what I mean? It is what it is. With the white mink on, Chris Eubanks killed it, bro. He did. He put it down. He really killed it. You gotta, he came to kill. Shout out to my brother Blue Blood Sports TV in the building. Blue says white mink 50 and already won first fight, epic, and Bomac back in his corner. Yeah, man, he just got the intangibles, Blue. Period, man. The intangibles are there. Hey, Blue, do you want to come up here, bro? I'm gonna put the link up there for you if you want to come up here, man. Hold on a second here. Blue, you should come up here, bro. I'd love to call this fight with you, man, because this fight's going to be one of those fights, man. That's not for everybody. Please, everybody, don't hit the link. I'm not going to have a full panel up here calling this fight. But, Blue, if you want to come up here, there's the link, man. This is going to be a good one again, man. It's understated. They're not speaking about it the right way. They're not giving the this fight didn't seem to carry the energy it did before, but clearly UK is involved in this fight. We've got everybody in the building, stars in the building, Terrence Crawford's in the building. I mean, the roof is tore off the building. 50 Cent just put England on blast. I'm sure people who did not pay for tickets are outside the building like, is that 50? Was that? People in the streets are probably going crazy around this fight, right? So let's see what Chris Eubank's able to put together. Bomac is in a great mood. I know Bomac was loving that walkout. I know he was. 100% I know he does. And Chris Eubank got that look on his face. He got that look on his face. Man, why Chris looking like a badman? He looking like a badman in the beginning. Martin Bacoli in the building looking, man, this fight right here is going to be won. He plans on Chris Eubank plans on doing something bad to Conor Benn. I'm just getting the feeling as the fight is getting more itself. I'm getting the feeling Conor Benn doesn't look like the bad man. He doesn't look like it. I'm sorry. Let's see what Conor Benn does in the ring, man. This might be the poise that Conor Benn was talking about. Maybe he lets it all out once that bell goes ding, right? That's his moment to shine. But right now, up until this moment, Chris Eubank is winning every intangible going into this fight. He's carrying all the energy into this fight. He's bringing the victory. He's bringing Bomac. He just brought out the walkout with 50 Cent. He just won the stare down, as far as I'm concerned, right there in the stare down. I'm sorry. We're going to find out something tonight. We're going to find out. And Chris Eubank 100% had a better camp. 100% better camp conditioning. He cut the weight better. He's looking better. He's looking fresher. He's not dry. He's not depleted. It is what it is. It is what it is. As Chris Eubank is letting Conor Benn know, Look at this stare down, man. Look at the stare down. Jesus. Listen to me, bro. Chris Eubanks has got this energy about him. I'm sorry. Let's see what happens. Let's watch the fight and see what happens because he looks determined, bro. We're about to go into the first round here as the referee clears all the extra supporting cast. It's Chris Eubank Jr. in the yellow shorts versus Conor Benn in the blue and white shorts. Top of the first round. Let's go. Let's go. Conor Benn shoots a jab, stab into the body, using that movement that he loves to use, getting real low. Chris Eubank being very patient, taking his time, setting his shots up. Nice. Shoots a jab off. Conor Benn slips the jab as Conor Benn continues to walk Chris Eubank back, pinning Chris Eubank back against the ropes. Chris Eubank staying out the way. Conor Benn looking, boom, nice work. Nice head movement by Conor Benn to get out of the way of Chris Eubank's offense. Chris Eubank's range finding with his jab right there. Doubles up on the jab right there, trying to set up his shot. Nice jab. Nice straight left hand by Conor Benn. A nice jab with Conor Benn catches Chris Eubank and pushes his head back against the ropes. We're at the 2-minute and 15-second mark here of round one here as Conor Benn is walking Chris Eubank down, putting that pressure on Chris Eubank, working behind that jab. Definitely a lot more patient, a lot more poise going into this fight right here. As Conor Benn is taking his time, working behind that jab. Chris Eubank works his own jab to back Conor Benn down, but Conor Benn doing a good job of working, getting his head under there, dipping his head off to the right every time he tries to walk in there. I wonder if Chris Eubank's going to be able to capitalize off that. Nice work by Conor Benn. Works the body of Chris Eubank right there. As Chris Eubank is not letting his hands go as much as you think he would. He's trying to be more educated, staying behind that jab. Conor Benn winning the jab game right now. In my opinion, winning the jab game. If you're asking me, Conor Benn is winning this fight. Nice straight right hand by Conor Benn. Conor Benn comes over the top with an overhand right. Chris Eubank initiates a clinch right there. The referee works them to separate them right there. Let's go. It got a little live right there. We're at the minute and 20-second mark here. The first round as Conor Benn continues. Beautiful straight right hand by Chris Eubank. Catches Conor Benn coming in there. Conor Benn buckles a little bit right there. We're about to hit the minute mark right there as Chris Eubank is taking his time, working behind that jab, setting up that right hand, really taking his time, not engaging, making sure he slows this fight down and making it a boxing match. Conor Benn is taking his time trying to figure out. Nice 1-2 by Conor Benn. Chris Eubank slips it. It's a clinch right there. The referee goes to separate those guys right there. We just passed the minute mark of the first round right here. All edgy. I'm on my toes here because you're just expecting something big from Chris Eubank, who's taking his time. He's hit him with a nice right hand in this fight so far. But Conor Benn, the more active fighter, working behind that jab. Chris Eubank responding, standing. Nice jab by Conor Benn right there. Catches Chris Eubank. As Conor Benn staying behind that jab, cutting the ring off of Chris Eubank. Chris Eubank back against rope. Nice right hand to the body for Conor Benn. Initiates it to a clinch right there. Nice right hand inside the clinch of between Chris Eubank and Conor Benn. We hitting the 20-second mark here, the first round right here, as Chris Eubank and Conor Benn in the center of the ring, working behind that jab, feinting to the body right now, getting the respect of Chris Eubank right there. Chris Eubank trying to stay on his toes and box. Like I said to you guys, Conor Benn is obviously going to be looking to make this fight a fight, and Chris Eubank wants to keep it a boxing match. Good jab by Chris Eubank. Chris Eubank's jab coming together a lot better at the end of that first round right there. I think Conor Benn was applying the pressure. I am going to give him that first round. I'm going to give Conor Benn that first round, but Chris Eubank towards the end of that first round, you started seeing him letting his hands go a little bit more. That jab started to become way more accurate, touching Conor Benn, and he hit him with a nice right hand in this fight, but Conor Benn with the pressure was working to the body, walking Chris Eubank around. Ah, man, now that I'm talking about everything that happened in that round, who do we give that round to? Do I give it to Chris Eubank? Damn, I'm talking myself into giving Chris Eubank. Ugh. Oh, man. I don't know. I think I'm going to give Eubank that round, bro. I think I'm going to give Eubank that round. Jesus. I don't know, man. I think I'm going to give. Am I going to give Eubank that round? I think I'm giving Eubank that first round, man. Although Benn had his moments, cleaner shots by Chris Eubank, and Chris Eubank turns up. Let's see what happens here, man. Top of the second round right here. Conor Benn in the blue and white shorts here. Chris Eubank in the yellow shorts with the red Eubank Jr. on the shorts here. Conor Benn working behind that jab, trying to be a way more patient fighter. You can see Conor Benn trying to be way more patient, not trying to jump into shots like he was in the first round right there. He wants Chris Eubank to reach so he can teach. Chris Eubank doing a good job of being patient, working behind that jab. There Chris Eubank is working behind that jab, catches Conor Benn with a straight right hand on the way out here. Chris Eubank really so much more patient. Nice. Chris Eubank working behind that jab. Behind that jab, it's coming that right hand. Chris Eubank is doing a good job of taking Conor Benn away from the fight and making this a boxing match. And as long as it stays here in this lane, you got to favor Chris Eubank. As Chris Eubank is starting to talk a little bit more, he's feeling more comfortable staying behind that jab. Feeling nice work by Conor Benn, catches him with a jab and a straight right hand. As Chris Eubank got hurt right there, in my opinion, knocks Conor Benn down. The referee brings both the guys to the ring, gives them instruction. Let's keep it clean. Let's make this fight a good fight. Let's not play games. Let's do what we came to do and give the crowd what they want, but let's do it inside of the rules of this sport. Let's honor the sport. Let's honor the fight here. There's a lot on the back end of this fight. Beautiful right there. Referee really just let him know a whole lot. I don't know what he said because it was on mute, but that was a long bit of instructions right there. We're at the minute 50-second mark of the second round here as Conor Benn is trying to work behind that jab and still close that distance, being the offensive fighter here. Chris Eubank taking advantage of that and fighting the right fight, right? He's fighting behind that jab and he's using the distance and he's going to make Conor Benn work for it. Beautiful body work by Conor Benn right there. Nice left hook to the body of Chris Eubank right there. We're at the minute 30-second mark here as Conor Benn continues to walk Chris Eubank down, standing behind that jab. Chris Eubank is having beautiful left hand, straight left and right hand to the body by Conor Benn, who's finding his rhythm right now, doing a good job of staying away from Chris Eubank, slipping a lot of the shots. Conor Benn has improved a lot. You can see he worked hard in the camp right here, getting ready for this fight. He's looking good. Good jab, man. Doubles up on the jab right there. Finds Chris Eubank there with a straight right hand off the back end of a jab right there. Beautiful work by Conor Benn. We're at the minute mark here in the second round as Conor Benn is starting to apply a nice offensive I don't even know the words to say right now, right? But Conor Benn is getting into himself right now. He's having a great round right now, slipping a lot of the shot by Chris Eubank. Chris Eubank trying to work off the back of that jab and establish that distance, but Conor Benn doing a good job of closing that distance. Good right hand by Conor Benn to clinch right there. May have hit him in the back of the head a little bit, but hey, man, that's the referee who needs to do his job. Conor Benn is winning the jab game, God, ladies and gentlemen. I know Chris Eubank looks good when he lets the jab go at times, but Conor Benn is winning the jab game. He's saying beautiful jab once again, catches Chris Eubank on the way back. Chris Eubank backing straight up with his head straight up is not good. He's not moving left to right. He's going straight back, and Conor Benn taking beautiful work by Conor Benn off the back end of that jab, comes in and fouls it up with a straight right hand. We're at the 14-second mark of the second round right now. Chris Eubank trying to get away from Conor Benn. Conor Benn throws a left hook right there. Nice, stabs him to the body with a left hand. Conor Benn is working Chris Eubank here, and dare I say, he outboxing Chris Eubank. Conor Benn with a straight right hand catches Chris Eubank. That is a Conor Benn round, hands down. If the first round wasn't a Conor Benn round, this second round was hands down a Conor Benn round right now. And dare I say, Conor Benn is outboxing Chris Eubank. What say you in the building? Is Conor Benn outboxing Chris Eubank in that second round? Because that's what it looked like to me. That's what it looked like to me. That's what it looked like to me. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie to you, man. A way more cerebral version of Conor Benn in this fight right here, and it's effective. I'm liking what I see. I was nervous. I didn't know what to expect from Conor Benn. Jumping into this bag, being patient, being poised, boxing, staying behind his jab, waiting for his opportunity, not overindulging and being an impulsive fighter, but being a well-calculated fighter. It's looking good thus far. We are at the top of the third round right here. Everybody out the ring. Referee, make sure. Let's go. Conor Benn, Chris Eubank. Conor Benn, the blue and white shorts. Chris Eubank in the yellow shorts, gold shorts with the red lettering on it. As Conor Benn is beginning to let his hands go a lot more in this boxing match right here, and it is a boxing match that is turning into a fight. Conor Benn working well behind that jab, measuring the distance, doing a good job at feinting. Now earned the respect of Chris Eubanks. You're seeing Chris Eubanks bite on the Conor Benn feints now, as Conor Benn is starting to use his feints now to set up. Look how Chris Eubanks bit on that feint right there. He feinted. Chris Eubanks came in with a 1-2, came forward. That's Conor Benn right there winning the psychology of the fight right now, as Chris Eubank has to acknowledge he's getting hit a lot more than he wants to get hit. We at the 2-minute and 5-second mark here of the third round here. All right, Chris Eubank now trying to get his own offense going and work behind that jab here. Conor Benn being very, very aware of Chris Eubank's boxing acumen. Beautiful jab, stab to the body by Conor Benn. Beautiful straight right hand to the body of Chris Eubank from Conor Benn. Conor Benn taking his time. Beautiful boxing by Conor Benn. This is a boxing match. The last fight didn't get a lot of boxing accolades. Everybody thought they kind of just threw it to the wind. In this fight right here, you're seeing a lot of boxing. The sweet son. Nice right hand by Conor Benn. Nice uppercut by Conor Benn. As Conor Benn is staying active inside the clinch there. Beautiful work by Conor Benn there on the inside. We're at the 1-minute and 25-second mark here of the third round as Conor Benn is starting to. Beautiful work by Conor. Nice overhand right by Chris Eubank, catches Conor Benn on the way out. Beautiful work here. Conor Benn taking his time, working behind that jab, comes over the top with a big right hand, hits nothing but air. Great stab to the body, 2 stabs to the body by Chris Eubank, followed up by a straight right hand. Misses with the right hand, but hits him with some good thudding body shots right there. We're at the minute mark here of the third round here as Conor Benn continues to box and take his time and work behind his jab right there. Great feint now, starting to become a little bit more irky in this fight right here. A lot of great movement, and Conor Benn also doing a great job of cutting the ring off on Chris. Beautiful work by Conor Benn, but Chris Eubank responds with his own combination punching right there. Great boxing match going on here. We're about to hit the 30-second mark here of the third round. Conor Benn working behind that jab. Chris Eubank stabs him to the body. Good work by Chris Eubank. Nice jab by Conor Benn. Nice jab. Oh, nice straight right hand by Chris Eubank. Catches Conor Benn coming in right there. Beautiful straight right hand by no, actually left hand. Sorry, I said right hand. Nice straight left hand from Chris Eubank. Let's go. We're at the 10-second mark here. Beautiful round here. I don't know who you want to give it to. This is a close fight right here. Conor Benn seems to be more effective overall. But that's great work by Chris Eubank. Great fight, man. I'm gonna be real with you. Chris Eubank had a great moment with that exchange that happened in the corner, and Chris Eubank hit him with the straight right hand. But I do think the lion's share of that round was Conor Benn's round, man. I'm gonna give Conor Benn that round, man. So I got a 2-1 Conor Benn. 2 rounds to 1 for Conor Benn right now. Let's see here, man. NHD gives it to Eubanks. Ray Davis got a 2-1 Conor Benn. What are we saying here in the chat here? Let me see here. Conor can't keep it up. He's a fight, bro. I hear you, Pop Short. I hear you. I hear what you're saying, man. I hear what you're saying, brother. Okay, man. Okay. I hear what you're saying. So at least we're acknowledging that Conor Benn is being very patient and boxing well. But the question is, and I agree with you, is he going to sustain this? Is he going to continue to keep that patience? Conor Benn, top of the 4th round. Nice jab by Conor Benn, continuing to keep that pressure on Chris Eubank. Nice in that exchange right there. Conor Benn catches him with a straight left hand. Conor Benn is feeling strong tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you notice here, but he is a strong fighter in this ring tonight. Really a big guy. When you look at him in front of Chris Eubank, there's really not that much in the size difference, right? Chris Eubank is 100%. There it is, a big fight popping off right there. And Conor Benn say, oh, you want to come in my world? You want to turn this into a fight? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Chris Eubank might not want to do that. He might want to keep this a boxing match, but Conor Benn doing a good job of closing out the boxing, right? Chris Eubank being convinced that he may need to fight. That's what you see happening right there, is Chris Eubank choosing to fight. Why is Chris Eubank, straight right hand by Conor Benn. Why is Chris Eubank choosing to fight now? Because he's not winning the boxing match. He knows that. So now he's trying to drag it more into a fight. Right now, we've got Carl Frampton, who has Conor Benn up 3-0 right now on the cards. Very interesting. Minute and 50 seconds here in the 4th round here. Conor Benn continues to apply the pressure and stand behind that jab right now as Chris Eubank has become more offensive in this fight right here. He's on his front foot, walking down Conor Benn, trying not to give up the real estate. It looks bad as Chris Eubank is going backwards in this fight, but Conor Benn has potentially dragged Chris Eubank into the fight that he actually wants at this point, as Chris Eubank is now leaving the boxing slowly and for sure and heading into a fight, which is where Conor Benn wants his fight, right? Nice. Chris Eubank responds with a nice body shot. Conor Benn acknowledges it right there. And let's go, let's go, let's go. Minute and 10 seconds approaching here in the fourth round as Conor Benn continues to apply pressure, but still be poised, take his time. He's standing behind that jab. He's not overcommitting, but the pressure is still there. A great camp by Conor Benn going into this fight. You can see the adjustments by Conor Benn in this fight. Chris Eubank sitting there biting on all the feints. Now, at this point, every time Conor Benn feints, Chris Eubank is biting. And boom, nice straight right hand by Conor Benn on that exchange. Nice right hand by Conor Benn on that exchange. Chris Eubank shakes his head this way, but we as boxing fan knows that that means this. We know what that means. Let's go. 40 seconds here in the fourth round. Conor Benn standing behind that jab, taking his time as Chris Eubank is trying to win the boxing match. He's trying to be patient. Conor Benn is enjoying this boxing match. He's being effective in this boxing match. I emphasize straight right hand to the body by Conor Benn on Chris Eubanks. I emphasize boxing because that's what's happening right now. This has not turned into a fight. Matter of fact, the only fight that's happened in this fight has been when Chris Eubank has tried to make it one. Conor Benn is winning the boxing match. And it's amazing to watch this. What an adjustment here as Conor Benn is slipping everything that Chris Eubank is sending back at him, working behind that jab. Nice uppercut by Chris Eubank on Conor Benn right there. Right hand right there inside of the clinch right there as we approach the end of the fourth round. Another Conor Benn round right now. Without a doubt, another Conor Benn round. I've got this 3-1 Conor Benn ahead by 3 rounds right now. This is a great fight. This is a great fight, ladies and gentlemen. 50 plus people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button as we step into the building. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that. We are covering the Chris Eubanks Jr. Conor Benn 2. This fight right here, living up to the hype. This fight, way more cerebral, way more of a boxing match, not as much as a brawl, but I think boxing fans can appreciate this fight a little bit more than the first fight, right? A lot of boxing fans, people who are a fan of the sweet science, didn't appreciate the boxing pedigree of the first fight. Both guys were just throwing hands. This fight right here is way more of a boxing match, and Conor Benn is stepping up, showing that he can compete at the highest level here. Chris Eubanks is losing a boxing match to Conor Benn. We are here at the top of the 5th round here as Conor Benn continues to apply the same pressure, same patient. He's ahead right now, and he has to know it or at least feel like he's ahead right now. So now Conor Benn, beautiful work by Conor Benn, as Chris Eubanks' only response to Conor Benn's offense is to initiate these clinches, right? Backing Chris Eubank up against the ropes, keeping Chris Eubank on the defensive. Nice. Chris Eubank doubling, tripling up on the jab right there. There we go, letting that jab go more. Nice jab by Conor Benn. See, now we can see the adjustments. Bomac giving the adjustments, and you can see Chris Eubank doubling up and tripling up on the jab right there. Bomac is giving him good instructions, and you can see the aptitude of Chris Eubank applying the instructions and performing it in the ring, right? This fight is beautiful uppercut by Conor Benn there on the inside of the clinch right there. Great body shot by Conor Benn as the referee separates him. Conor Benn wins on those exchanges, being very active on those clinches. Those clinches, Conor Benn is being very active. So, you know, you got to think the judges are rewarding that activity, right? Beautiful, beautiful shots here by Conor Benn on the back of a jab, throws a nice combination. Beautiful shot right there. Oh, nice jab by Chris Eubank. Back to Conor Benn. A beautiful body work by Conor Benn. Catches Chris Eubank with a nice body shot right there as Conor Benn continues to walk Chris Eubank down. Beautiful, nice jab by Conor Benn. Catches Chris Eubank going back, stabs him to the body. Great body work by Conor Benn. We're at the minute and 30-second mark here as Conor Benn continues to, in my opinion, take this fight right here. Beautiful work. Chris Eubank throws a 3-punch combination, hits nothing but air. Conor Benn has been slipping Chris Eubank's offense all night. Nice jab by Chris Eubank. Catches Conor Benn on his way in. There we go. Throws a jab. Conor Benn catches on his glove, stays on his toes, and stays behind that jab. Great work by Conor Benn, man. Great work. Great level change by Conor Benn. Good feinting right there. Good movement. Keeping his head off that line. Straight 1-2 to the body. Back on the jab. Puts Chris Eubank on his back heels. Back. Beautiful work. Off a jab. Catches Chris Eubank with a nasty body shot. I feel like Chris Eubank's legs buckled a little bit in that exchange. Don't quote me. We just passed the minute mark here, the 5th round right now. We just passed the minute mark here. Let's go. Let's go. Beautiful work by Conor Benn, stepping up his boxing right now, winning a boxing match with Chris Eubank, showing I am the best boxer in the ring here. I know everybody thought you were the best boxer, but I disagree with that. Beautiful jab by Conor Benn, winning the jab game. Chris Eubanks with those long arms for nothing. Great uppercut by beautiful work by Conor Benn right there as Chris Eubanks smiles at Conor Benn. A little bit of respect there by Chris Eubanks, who doesn't easily give Conor Benn respect, but he has to respect that, right? We're hitting the 10-second mark in the 5th round right here, about to close the 5th round right there as Conor Benn continues to outbox Chris Eubank. Chris Eubank reaching, and in a minute, you got to think that Conor Benn will start teaching, right? That's going to be the part of the game as Chris Eubank is starting to reach and try to find Conor Benn. I love the sweet science, right? Because here we are in the fight where Chris Eubank Jr. has the longer arms. You would presume to be the one controlling the distance, have the better jab. Conor Benn's had the better jab, but interestingly enough, Conor Benn is not trying to close the gap as much as people might think he is. He's actually convinced Chris Eubank to come at him. And now Chris Eubank beginning to reach with his shots. Pay attention to that, because I think we're going to see Chris Eubanks walking into shots after a while, because as these rounds start going away and Chris Eubanks has to start winning these rounds as he's down. By the way, I gave Conor Benn that round right there, right? As Chris Eubanks starts to have to do things to win this fight, Conor Benn is going to take advantages of that. Now he's able to feint Chris Eubank. You're seeing Chris Eubank bite on the feints, 1-2 off of a feint, hit nothing but air. What happens when Conor Benn starts to time those feints out and walk Chris Eubank into some shots? Let's see. Top of the 6th round here, Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. This one right here is living up to the expectation, a boxing match, amazingly enough. Nice jab by Conor Benn, working behind that jab. Chris Eubank trying to double and triple up on that jab right here. Conor Benn taking his time, continuing to use his movement, punching from angles, staying low, slipping Chris Eubank's jab and making him pay. Beautiful left hand by Conor Benn. Beautiful right there. Conor Benn misses with that right hand, but bad intentions on that right hand. Beautiful body work. Nice. Conor Benn working in there, man. Listen, Conor Benn is a strong 160-pound fighter. Ladies and gentlemen, he's very strong at 160, and that's playing its part in this fight right here. We're at the 2-minute, getting ready to hit the 2-minute mark, 2-minute, 10-second mark here of round 6. Conor Benn continuing to work behind that jab and walk Chris Eubank down right now. You got to think that he's well ahead on the cards right now at this point. Chris Eubank doubling, tripling up behind that jab. Bomac must have told, not beautiful work on that exchange right there. As Conor Benn, beautiful exchange right there. Chris Eubank initiates the exchange right there. Conor Benn is the stronger fighter, in my opinion, in this fight. He is the stronger fighter, man. I'm gonna be real with you. I just think he is. Working behind that jab right there. Now feinting Chris Eubank. Chris Eubank moving to Conor Benn's beat. If Conor Benn feints, he backs up or he overcommits with the response. Conor Benn has that response. Chris Eubank in the fight right now. Now it's just about what Conor Benn's going to do with it. As somebody stated earlier, nice work by Chris Eubank staying active right there, staying on that jab. That was a good exchange right there. Chris Eubank got the better of that right there, doubling up on that jab right there. Let's go. Let's go. This is looking, Conor Benn is doing such a good job. I'm so impressed with Conor Benn's approach to this fight right now. I really am, man. He's really outboxing Chris Eubank, man, and he's showing the levels, and he's showing there's wrinkles to his game, and when he can move the emotions out of there, he's actually a way more cerebral fighter, man. It's really amazing to watch this come together the way it is. Beautiful left hook to the body by Conor Benn there. Beautiful left hook to the body. As Chris Eubank tries to initiate a clinch right there with Conor Benn. Conor Benn backs up, and I'm telling you, Chris Eubank fell on the ground. There was an exhaustion in Chris Eubanks, and that body shot, coming off that body shot, you got to think that it's starting to show itself, man. Conor Benn has not let go of that body either. He's been really doing a good job distributing the offense, right? Nice right hand by Conor Benn. Nice straight left hand to the body by Conor Benn. Stumbles Chris Eubank backwards as Chris Eubank is going back in this fight right here, and Conor Benn continues to walk him down. Beautiful work inside that clinch, punching him to the body, pushing Chris Eubank off. This is a great fight for Conor Benn, man. 15 seconds left in the 6th round right now. Chris Eubank trying to apply that jab. Less steam behind these jabs, less steam behind these hooks. He's starting to slap his shots. He's telling on his shots. You're seeing a lot of tells on his shot. There's no explosion on the shots of Chris Eubank. There's exhaustion, and there's Conor Benn continuing to push this dude back on his heels. Chris Eubank has got to be a little discouraged right now, and you're starting to see the conditioning also showing up as Chris Eubank is tiring out a little bit. He's having a hard time adjusting to the pace of this fight. Conor Benn with another round under his belt right there. This is a great fight. Peace to everybody who's in the building right now. 40-something people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that. We're covering Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn 2 here. This fight living up to expectations. The card has been a very good card thus far. I missed the first 2 fights on the card here, but Echo Usman and Jack Catterall was a great fight. And going into this fight right here, I mean, just amazing, right? This is real. Adam Azim looked awesome tonight against Kurt Scobby. And this fight right here is a real good card, man. A real good card. Shout out to the matchmakers, man, for putting together the undercard here. Yeah, Blaze Pound for Pound TV says this is a wash, man. Yeah, man. So far, man, I can't lie to you, man. Conor Benn is completely outclassing Chris Eubank. Chris Eubank needs to make this a fight at this point. He is down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds. In another 2 rounds here, if Chris Eubank doesn't put something together soon here, he's going to need a knockout. And that's not where he wants to be with Conor Benn, because Conor Benn will eat that for breakfast, right? He's going to love. Nice right hand by Conor Benn. Nice left, check left hook. Nice left hook. Nice right hand by Conor Benn. Beautiful body work by Conor Benn. Conor Benn doing a great job working inside the clinch. Very active in the clinch, hurting Chris Eubank there. This is an easy fight to score right here. Amazingly enough, the fan zone has round 3 as a tie, but every round going to Conor Benn right here. Let's hope that the judges don't make this ugly and give a horrible decision here, because Conor Benn is, whoa, beautiful work, beautiful body work by Conor Benn. Comes over the top with a right hook. Chris Eubank responds with his own flurry. Nice body work by Conor Benn again. Conor Benn is showing that experience. He's working the body of the taller, skinnier, maybe even a little depleted Chris Eubanks. Who knows how Conor Benn's looking at it, but he's going to punch that torso. Whatever's available, Conor Benn is punching on it. 1 minute and 40 seconds left here in the round right here. I got my brother in the building. Hold on. I got my brother in the building. I got to get my bro in the building. Hold on. What's good with you, man?
Dog. You can hear my dogs?
Yeah, I hear the dogs going crazy in here. This is a great fight right here. Conor Benn, beautiful body shot by Conor Benn. Yo, is Conor Benn outboxing Chris Eubank? Like straight up? He is outboxing. He is out. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. We're at 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Hear me?
I hear you now. I hear you now. Yep.
Okay. Man, Chris Eubanks looked sluggish from the very first round.
What happened? I mean, he looked like he tried to be patient, right?
He has no motivation. Like he is just going through the motions.
But Conor Benn is doing a good job. I mean, I don't want to, like, I hear you, but I feel like we got to give him credit to Conor too, though. Conor is boxing his ass off, bro. The feints, the patience. He's not overcommitting on his shots. He's standing behind that jab, and he's just winning this box. Beautiful straight right hand.
But the problem is, like, Chris Eubanks is not. He wasn't aggressive from the very first round. Like,
but that's Bomac who's implementing, like, you're the boxer. Take your time. Yeah, this guy has to work to get to you.
Oh my God! Did you see that? Oh my God!
Yes. Conor is doing him bad right now, bro. And you got to think in a minute, Chris Eubank is going to be. Look at him reaching. That's what. Boom! Beautiful straight right hand by Conor Benn. Another right hand by Conor Benn. Chris Eubank responds with his own straight right hand. There we go. It's a fight. Conor Benn says it's a fight. I'm loving it. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Yeah, Chris
I want to do that. It's a fight. I love it. Let's fight.
Like Chris Eubank has no. He's not aggressive. He's not motivated. He's not throwing his jab. He looks like he's trying to be. To me, he looks like he's trying to be the boxer. He looks like he's trying to be. I thought he was pacing himself from the first round, but now it's just like I don't know if the weight cut is just too much. He has no energy, none.
Look at that right hand, man.
He has no energy. He has no oomph. He's not aggressive. Like it's just nothing there. Like nothing. Like I get it. Conor Benn was aggressive in the first fight. This fight, Chris Eubanks is not aggressive. He's just on the back foot, and it's just not a good look for him. He's hesitant to throw his jab. He throwing the jab, but then he's like like
he's
pulling the
he's
second
biting on
one
these
back.
feints
Like he's
too.
not committing to nothing.
Round 8 here as Conor Benn is now you see Chris Eubank biting all these feints, and I want everybody pay attention because Chris Eubank is starting to reach with his shots. Conor Benn is doing a good job. He's reversed it. He's using the height thing, and he's actually staying outside of the punching range of Chris Eubanks, but he's doing a good job of coming in, working. Beautiful work by Conor Benn there in the corner on the ropes here. He's doing a good job of coming in, being offensively productive, but he's getting out of the distance of Chris Eubank. So Chris Eubank is crazy enough reaching to hit Conor Benn. He's reaching, and that is a dangerous thing when you got a puncher who's as explosive and as athletic as Conor Benn is. Let's go. Let's go. I've got this 6-1 right now. Conor Benn, 6-1. Beautiful body work by Conor Benn here on the exchange here. Conor, beautiful work.
7-0.
You got a 7-0? I gave him the first round. I gave Eubanks the first round.
I ain't give him the first round. He landed one clean punch.
You know what it was? It was a boring round. Like it was just Conor Benn kind of like fainting a lot.
The aggression of Conor Benn won the round to me.
You think so? Yeah, the aggression, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a close round. I said it. You go back in the tape. I said I'm going to give Eubanks that round, but it was a close round. They could have went either way.
Yeah, he landed that clean 1-2, but that was it. Like, bro, he's doing a bunch of tying up, ducking, not committing. He's been looking up at the clock from the first round.
He's been instructed that boxing is what he's supposed to be doing, and he's losing the boxing match. And you saw him actually exchange with Conor Benn in like the third round right there. It became way more of a fight in there, and Conor Benn really opened up on him. So he's back to boxing again, but he's losing the boxing match. Conor Benn is doing a better job, and Conor Benn is still applying the pressure. I love it. Like, even though he's not just opening up on him all the time, but the movement has Chris Eubank on edge. And you got to think, the last fight, Chris Eubank went to the hospital, right? He had it looked like his jaws were swollen. People said his jaw was broken. He said it wasn't. Fair play. But, at the end of the day, one thing I know for sure, Conor Benn got Chris Eubanks respect in that fight. Like, Conor Benn hurt Chris Eubanks in that last fight. And that might be why Chris Eubanks is being so reserved. He might be scared and tentative of the power that he felt in that last fight. What do you think?
He landed the right uppercut, right? And the left hook was there. He didn't commit to it.
Right. Because of what's going to come back.
Yeah, he just dragged it.
He's tentative of the power, man. He's tentative of what Conor Benn did to him in that last fight. He's tentative to it. Look at Conor Benn. Look at him in his eyes right there as Chris Eubank continues to look up at the clock and look all around. And Conor Benn is, oh, man. This fight has been an up and down roller coaster. Beautiful work by Chris Eubank right there. Coming back at Conor Benn. That was good. That was a good exchange from Chris Eubank.
I actually like Conor Benn winning this fight for the sport.
Right.
Because
I like that too. Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, no slight to Chris Eubanks, but if Chris Eubanks win the fight,
it means nothing.
It means nothing, because what is he going to do? You know what I'm saying? He's like in limbo, right?
Pop Shop has it 67, 66 Eubanks. Oh, wow, bro. Okay.
Oh man, I hope we don't get no robbery, bro. Because AI said that Chris Eubanks wins unanimous decision.
I know.
116, 112.
I know. That's what G Tatter was showing me earlier. That's the end of that round right there. I'm giving that to Conor Benn again, man.
Yeah, two nice right hands from Chris Eubanks. When he's aggressive, you see what he does when he's aggressive?
Curtis Roberts saying Eubanks is stealing the round.
Yeah, okay. You look.
That was a Eubanks round though. I need to change that. I forgot.
Yeah, Eubank won that round. But you see what happens when Eubanks is aggressive? Conor Benn don't stand a chance. He's just too small. But I don't know why.
Conor Benn got a chin on him too, bro.
Why did Bomac choose to do
Look
this?
at that work right there by Conor, man. Off the jab and 1-2 to the body, man. Beautiful work. Great. As Conor Benn is back to being quick, irky, jerky, and slick. Carl Frampton has a shutout here. He has an 8-0 Benn to Eubank, man. So it's going to be interesting to see. It will be a robbery if they give him a unanimous decision. At this point, Chris Eubank needs a knockout.
I gave Chris Eubank the last round.
Me too. I gave it to him too. I got it 2. I got it 6 rounds of 2.
Yeah, I got it 7-1.
But Carl Frampton has it 10. He has it 8-zip.
I can see that.
It's crazy.
But I just thought he stole the last round.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
Those 2 straight right. Again, when he's aggressive, it's like, bruh.
Beautiful work by Chris Eubank right there.
Look, there it is again. Every time he comes forward, he has success. But then I don't know why Bomac chose to say, let's be a boxer tonight. Like,
beautiful work by Chris Eubank is starting to turn up here. He's having his moment here. He's having his moment in the fight here. Coming off of a good round last round, he's bringing in this round. Nice straight right hand to the body by Conor Benn right there. Chris Eubank ties up Conor Benn. Chris Eubank is having a way better round here coming off that final round. He's getting a little momentum going for himself there. Let's see if he can capitalize off it. We're at the minute and 35-second mark here of round 9 here. Chris Eubank Jr. in the gold and red lettering shorts on his shorts, and we got Conor Benn here with the blue and white here. Minute and 24 seconds here in the 9th round. This is, by the way, becoming more of a fight. As it's slowly happening, it's becoming more and more of a fight. I wonder if Chris Eubanks' corner is telling him that he's behind on these cards.
I hope so. Bomac is smart enough to know he got to know he's losing.
Right. If they're being honest, nice.
Yeah, bro.
Nice right hand by Conor Benn.
There's no way.
Beautiful right hand by Conor Benn again.
There's no way you could say you feel like Chris Eubanks is winning this fight.
Yeah,
No way in hell.
Nice jab by Conor Benn right there. Chris Eubank also hit the exhaustion, and the pace of the fight is starting to take its effect on him too. You see him slowing down.
Yeah, and again, I thought he was pacing himself for this part, and he's still not aggressive.
Yeah. Well, Conor was able to be so active that I think he forced him to be active, and I think he's been biting on a lot of the feints too. Those feints will get you tired. Every time somebody feint, you're reacting, you're going back, you're throwing back 1-2s, and you're hitting nothing but air. You know what I'm saying? Like Conor did a good job of dictating the pace of this fight. Even though Chris Eubanks tried to slow it down, Conor Benn worked inside the slow pace of the fight to still speed it up and put the pressure on it. Nice work right here. Nice exchange by both guys right there.
You know what I don't like about this version of Chris Eubanks? This is gonna spark obvious. Oh, he threw the fight, so we get the trilogy.
I hope not.
And you know it's going to happen, but Clay, he is showing no sense of urgency.
Well, he's not fighting; he's boxing, and I expected this from him. I'll be honest with you. This is what I expected from him. I didn't expect him to be aggressive in this fight at all. I didn't.
I did. I thought he was going to pace himself in the first half, and in the second half turn it up so he don't fatigue. And
yeah, maybe in the second half of the fight, if what he did in the first half of the fight was effective. And I think the reality is Conor Benn took away the boxing. Conor Benn made the adjustment, and the adjustment was that he hurt him right there with that straight right hand.
Yeah,
Conor Benn made the adjustment.
Conor Benn, he got to outbig Conor Benn.
Yeah, but he's not. That's not who he is. He tried to do that in the last fight,
but that's who
he went to the hospital with a not broken jaw. You know what I'm saying?
But that's what won him the first fight.
I know, but did you see how he looked in the hospital? I don't think he liked that. You heard what he complained about? He said his toenail fell off and that the ambulance, they tried to stop the ambulance. And he almost died in the ambulance. His father was like, yo, my son almost died. Like, you know what I mean? He got beat the hell up in that last fight. He won it, but he got beat up. And he doesn't seem like want to do that in this fight. I don't fault him for not wanting to do it, to be honest with you.
I do. You can't walk out to 50 Cent and then
just
the shit you give us.
Womack is going to tell him to punch with Conor Benn. This is Eubank's round, but aggressive nature is a reason for Conor's lead. Yeah. Chris Eubank's going to have to decide right now if he wants to win this fight or not. Because for him to win this fight, he's going to have to take a lot of chances. He's going to have to jump into the pot, man.
He needs a knockout.
Nice check left hook by Chris Eubank.
He needs a knockout.
Yeah. He needs to do something.
I don't see that happening because his demeanor don't say he looking to get a knockout unless Conor Benn just make a drastic mistake and just do something very silly.
Nice right hand by Conor Benn in that exchange right there. Chris Eubank's starting to win the exchanges though. He's looking better.
Yeah, but it's too little, too late. You need a fucking knockout. You got to get aggressive. You got to come forward. You got
even
a
if
high
he
guard.
wins these last three rounds, it's not going to win him the fight.
You got a high guard, and that's what I'm saying. You got a high guard and
beautiful body work by Conor Benn.
And get to it, bro. Got a high guard and get to it.
A lot of feinting going on right now as Conor Benn is trying to get Chris Eubank to bite. Chris Eubank doing a better job at not biting at all them feints. As now Chris Eubank's looking for his opportunities. Nice jab by Conor Benn. Catches Chris Eubank right down the tip of the chin. Conor Benn done such a good job with the adjustments, and I'm very proud. Nice uppercut by Chris Eubank as he catches Conor Benn on the way in there. I'm super proud of Conor Benn, man. I'm super proud of him. I talked to Conor Benn when we was in New York.
Version of Conor Benn.
Yeah, when we was in New York, I talked to Conor Benn for like 10 minutes. And
he's a good dude too.
Real good dude. But you can tell he's such a humble dude, bro. He doesn't show it in these moments when he's building up fights and everything like that. But I'm happy to see him make those adjustments because we talked about the emotions and being more poised. And he was like, you're right, mate. He was like, I got to do that. He's like, he's like, if he gives me a second chance, I'm hoping to get this rematch. Definitely going to approach this a lot different. But Chris Eubank having a great exchange of punches right here, man. Chris Eubank was real good.
Conor Benn is showing his skill set, bro. Dude is nice, bro.
Yeah,
this dude is nice, bro.
Round though, but Conor Benn really showing his pedigree, right? He's showing he can box.
Yeah, this dude is nice, bro. I like this dude, bro.
He's showing he can box. It's not all punching with me, mate. I've got a lot more layers to my game, mate.
I like his mentality of keep throwing combinations like that. You know what I'm saying? Didn't they had Senior had one win and one draw, right?
Yeah, and that draw, everybody thought that Benn won it. It was a draw that everybody thought was a robbery.
I hope this ain't a robbery.
Yo, Dad, you know what I love about this, man? The father-son thing, man. How proud, you know what I mean? Nigel's just so proud of his son, man. Just watching his son do his thing, man.
Like, Conor is just more energetic.
Mm-hmm.
More bouncy, just looks younger. He looks more spry.
Beautiful work by Conor Benn here. Conor Benn showing a lot of layers to his game, man. The boxing has been so great in this fight here. And I mean, Chris Eubank isn't the greatest boxer in the world, so it's not like he outboxed the best boxer in the world, but still, I favored Chris Eubank to be, if this match were to look like this, I would have favored Chris Eubank to be winning a fight like this. You know what I'm saying? And it's amazing to see Conor Benn win this kind of a fight. It's not a fight, it's a boxing match. And he's outboxing this guy, man.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, when you look at Conor Benn's adjustments, you know, and this is a bigger guy, you know what I'm saying? I didn't think that he was faster. I didn't think that he was bigger. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think that he was stronger. Nothing.
Nice body work by Chris Eubank. Chris Eubank's becoming very aggressive here, trying to.
Right. I thought Conor Benn was just he had no advantage. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's hard for me to tell because Chris Eubanks is just not. There's no sense of urgency at all in his punches and his body language and nothing he's doing, bro. He just going through the motions and just lackluster, man. It's unfortunate because the first fight was great. This is not a great fight. This is just.
I like this fight, man. I like it, man.
It's a great fight for Conor Benn.
Oh yeah, for him it's not. But it's a great fight altogether. Just like it's a good fight. It's a boxing match. You know why? Because in the last fight, a lot of people took away from the boxing acumen of the fight. They felt like it was just a slugfest, and they're like, it wasn't a good boxing match. Those guys look ridiculous, look like amateurs in the ring, and all. I heard a lot of that circulating in the space. So this fight right here kind of redeems these fighters, even though they were in a fight of the year candidate fight. But it shows the boxing. This one showcases more boxing.
That was just people just simply not knowing what the hell they watching because Conor Benn had to go for broke. You know what I'm saying? He's a smaller guy.
But here he is not going for broke.
He's doing it again this fight. It's just that Chris Eubanks is just ass right now. Like Conor Benn is going for it, bro.
Oh man, he just threw Chris Eubanks damn near through the ropes. And Conor Benn, the stronger fighter, if I haven't said it enough in this ring tonight. Man, the referee ain't no checking Conor Benn. Conor Benn did the right thing, bro. Get up off me, bro. Stop playing with me, man. Keep on trying to smother everything I'm doing with all this hugging and everything like that. We ain't cool like that, bro. Fight or get up out of here, bro. You threw that dude straight, damn you threw that dude straight to it. Get up off me, bro.
Hey, bro. This dude, he go to welterweight?
Well, that's the next conversation is going to have to be, right? Because there's going to be a weight cut for Conor Benn also that we got to pay attention to, him going down from 160 to 147. So, yeah, it looks good, but we'll see what it looks like. We'll see what that translates into. You know what I mean? A lot of people would probably favor like Conor Benn going to 154.
I want him to do it, but that's a bad cut, bro.
That 147 cut, right?
Yeah, he may need to stop at 54 first and then go to 47.
Exactly. Take your time with it.
Yeah.
Because he better call Roy Jones and let Roy Jones sit down and talk to you a little bit about this game, man. Let him talk to you.
Go to 54, fight Usman Lima.
Yeah, why not? Usman Lima could be a fight, yeah.
Yeah. Fight Usman Lima at 54. Fight Lubin.
Is this a 12th round or am I bugging?
This is the 12th round.
12th round right there as Conor Benn is put on a clinic in his fight right here and is outboxing Chris Eubank here. And my stomach is turning because of that AI prediction.
Yeah, he won all but 1 or 2 rounds, bro.
I gave the last 3 rounds to Chris Eubank.
This is
the last round I gave to Conor Benn, but the 3 rounds before that I gave to Chris Eubank.
I only gave 1.
So I've got it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 rounds to 4. 7 rounds of 4 right now. So it's a close fight, man. It can be some robbery in there.
Really? I think Conor Benn won every goddamn round except 8.
I gave him 1, and I gave him what is it? 7, 8, 9, 10. No, 8, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No. What rounds is it? I don't have a. I just got them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so I gave him 10, 9, and 8.
Oh, nice 1-2 from Conor Benn.
Back on that jab to the body by Chris Eubanks.
His fighting in the phone booth is beautiful.
Beautiful 1-2 by Conor Benn. Beautiful, and then got right up underneath that hook. They better not rob Conor Benn, bro. God, they better not rob him, bro. Ugh. Because this would be historically the same thing that happened in the fight with his father.
Nah, this is much worse.
Yeah, I mean, much worse, but it'll still be messed up. It will be a robbery in the rematch instead of giving him his flowers. I'm saying the same way they did it to Nigel.
Oh, he dropped him. He dropped Chris Eubanks.
I didn't see it yet. I don't know. My shit is behind. Hold on, man.
Just dropped him.
There. Oh, there he goes. Separation. This is it, man. This is what puts the nail in the coffin. There's Conor Benn like, yeah. There it is. Back on his heel, 35 seconds left in this round right here. Beautiful work by Conor Benn putting that work.
Oh, his legs is gone. His legs is gone.
Oh,
right
beautiful work. Beautiful work.
Ref about to stop it.
By Conor Benn.
Dropped him again.
Beautiful work by Conor Benn right there. Beautiful work.
Saved by the bell. Saved by the bell.
That's it. So what is that? A 10-7 round?
Yeah.
That's it.
He beat the brakes off of Chris Eubanks. Look at Mike Tyson. Oh, that's Mike Tyson. He looked like Mike Tyson jumping over the thing first.
Yeah, Conor Benn, man, did the work, man. Look at Nigel trying to get up in there. Nigel's hopping over the turn. That old man trying to get that leg up over that turn. Hold up, bro. I'm on my way, son. I'm on my way.
He beat the brakes off of that mom.
Woo!
He beat his ass from pillar to post, bro.
Let me score. Let me score my cards right here.
He
Who's
beat
that?
the hell out
Curtis
of him.
Robinson has a 10-1.
He beat the hell out of him.
I got it closer than that. I ain't gonna lie, but this is a Conor Benn did the work, man. Did the work, man.
He beat the hell out of him, man. Good. He beat the brakes off of Chris Eubank. Hey, but Clay, let me get out of here and do my post-fight reaction.
Yeah, for sure. We'll be here.
Appreciate you
I'm about to
me.
cover the Rafael Espinosa fight too.
Yes, sir.
All right, family.
All right, family.
Peace. One, two, three, four, 36. 116. Oh, look, they're cool in the ring right there. They talking to each other. They talking to each other. Let me see if I catch some. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was a great fight right there. My scorecard is 116, 110 Conor Benn. I gave Chris Eubanks 4 rounds in this fight. I know the scorecards are different for a lot of people in here, but obviously the knockdowns make this undeniable. And shout out to Conor Benn destroying the AI predictions. AI has been on a roll calling these fights, and it was good to see it not go that way. Angelo Ray is sending me a whole bunch of text messages right now talking about I told you so. I told you so. Hey, man, you called it. Angelo definitely did call it, man. Called the knockdowns and called the fight, man. Chris Eubanks, amazingly enough, came in great shape, right? And came in with Bomac, made all these adjustments, came out with the ring walk, with the 50 Cent and everything like that. But Conor Benn obviously made the adjustments in camp. He really did. And you have to think Conor Benn had to be confident going into this fight because there was an argument there to say that Chris Eubanks caught the worst of the exchanges in their last fight, but that Chris Eubanks was able to take rounds away from Conor Benn, a lot of it based off of Conor Benn's emotions, right? And that was also the big conversation. The big elephant in the room was going to be Conor Benn's emotions. Was he going to be able to keep them bottled up right and be patient? And he was. Kept his poise for 12 rounds, never got overexcited, never overcommitted, didn't make impulsive decisions, stayed inside of the realm of what he trained to do, boxed Chris Eubank, and was able to actually put Chris Eubanks on his pocket twice in this fight. The sweet science wins every time, right? And Conor Benn showed that, what you see from me and what I've been doing doesn't take away from my boxing pedigree. The pedigree was there. Chris Eubank was out of his element. My brother Blue Blood feels like Chris Eubank just didn't seem to be dialed into this fight. I disagree, right? I don't think he wasn't dialed into this fight. I just think the game plan was a game plan that he wasn't able to execute properly. And I think the game plan was for him to stay behind his jab, to be the boxer, to take advantage of a Conor Benn who's going to be emotional and jumping forward. And he really believed that was going to get him the victory, and it just didn't translate into that. Let's go ahead for the decision and see what happens here. Yeah, a lot of respect in this fight between both of these camps. You got to think that, man, they really got it out the fire, out the mud. The blood war has to be done with. Benn has confirmed that. He said the saga is done with. I don't think these guys need to go any further with this, man. This fight right here, hold on, they're together right now, embracing each other. Let me hold on a second here. Yeah, man. This right here was epic, man. I got caught up in the moment here, just watching the whole family come together, watching Benn's mother get involved in this, and obviously his father. And this is a lot. I mean, obviously it's a big feud, and there was a lot on this fight, right? No belts on the line, nothing like that. This was just all about pride, right? This is all about respect and honoring the last name. You know what I'm saying? This was definitely a fight for the family. You know what I'm saying? Not many people get that opportunity to do something like this. And Benn got 2 shots. The first fight was a close fight. It was a lot of emotions in that fight, obviously, and Conor Benn put a beating on Chris Eubank Jr. in the first fight, but wasn't able to get the victory, right? Because Chris Eubank was able to outbox or win a lot of the early rounds. And when Conor Benn got to that point to where he needed the knockout, he wasn't able to knock out Chris Eubank. But in this fight right here, you saw the adjustments, and there was a lot of work obviously put in the camp, and it showed the possibilities with Conor Benn in this fight. Conor Benn showing that he can add layers to his game, that he can box when he needs to, that he can be patient. So I'm sure there's a part of me that feels like he proved something to himself, right? Because you could think whatever you're thinking. He comes from a pedigree of a great fighter in his father, but it's always been the destroyer, the guy in the ring knocking people out, and he can always count on that. But now he knows that there's this other tool in his bag. There's this other part to his game that he brings to the conversation that is going to be making his career moving forward that much more interesting, right? It is what it is, man. It was a great fight, man. And shout out to my brother Blue Blood. He doesn't feel like this fight was as good as the first one. Listen, man, I was entertained, man. I love a patient, poised, cerebral fight. I don't mind it at all. It wasn't boring. It was cerebral, but it wasn't boring because Conor was always there, ready to do something bad to Chris Eubank. And Chris Eubank had his moments in his fight as well. Although he was slower and he was more poised and he was taking his time in the fight, he was still in the fight, right? And then obviously closing out the fight with 2 knockdowns in the 12th round like that. I mean, that's the way you want to see it happen, right? You want to see a fight end that way. Conor Benn put the nail in the coffin, very similar to Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez in the idea that he couldn't take off the last round, right? He was starting to give up a lot of those last rounds, as I gave Chris Eubanks the 8th, 9th, and the 10th round. So he was starting to take his foot off the gas, and Chris Eubanks was starting to try to close the gap. But really, if we were being honest, there was no gap to close, because by round 8, Conor Benn just needed to make it, not get knocked down, and make it to the end of the fight. And he should have won this fight probably, on a close scorecard. But you saw what AI said. So, the politics were definitely there to be played. We're happy the politics didn't play in that boxing overcame. Boxing won tonight by the right decision being made. But those 2 knockdowns in the last round made it official, right? On my scorecards, I had it 116, 110 for Conor Benn. I didn't get the scorecards of the judges because I had it on mute, but I'm hearing that maybe they had a shutout. I don't know. That's how they called it. But it was a great fight, man. It was a great fight, and more importantly, for boxing and for Conor Benn, it was a great boxing match, right? The sweet science wins in this one. Shout out to everybody who was in the building. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it. Let me see if this fight has started. It's 6 o'clock right now. It's not time for the Rafael Espinosa fight. What I'll do is I will throw the link out there if anybody wants to come up and build. Otherwise, if nobody wants to build, I'll probably take a time out, go eat something, and then come back for the Rafael Espinosa fight. There's the link if anybody wants to come up here and build and share any opinions or perspective on what we watched tonight. Great fight with Jack Catterall and Echo Usman, as well as Bozy Ennis and Jack Catterall is coming together to make something interesting, right? Jack Catterall really stood and sat on his punches a lot more in this fight and was able to stop Echo Usman in a devastating fashion. Echo Usman was a great dance partner in this fight, wasn't there to be stepped on or a stepping stone, but more so was in my opinion, a real litmus test for Jack Catterall at 147 pounds. Jack Catterall improves his record, and according to Eddie Hearn, puts himself up very high in the WBO rankings, maybe even a #1 spot. I'm not too sure. That's from Eddie Hearn's lips to our ears. But regardless, earns himself a position back in the conversation in a division at 147 pounds that's really needing of a Jack Catterall, this version, a Jack Catterall 2.0. And that's what I'm going to call it, right? Jack Catterall 2.0 is needed at 147. Now with the entry of Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia and the anticipated entry of the Teofimo Lopez's and who knows, maybe even a Shakur Stevenson down the line, or Keyshawn Davis and all these other fighters and the Richardson Hitchens. Maybe these guys step it up and step into the 147 division to make it interesting. But Jack Catterall 2.0 makes it super interesting. And we'll see what he's able to do in the at 147 pounds, man. Look, this Jack Catterall looks different, right? He's slicker. He's always been a slick fighter, but now he's able to put punches up behind the slickness as he's slipping these shots, and he's starting to catch and shoot a lot more. And we saw how effective he can be against a very aggressive Echo Usman. I don't know if many fighters at 147 are going to apply the pressure the same way Echo did. I mean, you got a handful. You got your Brian Norman Jr.'s in there. I mean, I'd have to think about pressure fighters at 147. Echo Usman, I'm not going to say he's the most pressure fighter at 147, but he's definitely up there, right? So, and I say that to say that Jack Catterall isn't going to face a lot of fighters with that type of mentality like Echo Usman did, unless they take notes from this and they decide that's the way to fight Jack Catterall. But a patient Jack Catterall, if you don't put that pressure on Jack Catterall the way Usman does, he looks even better in this fight than he did, because in all reality, he was hitting with the cleaner shots. He was moving, very effective with Bozy Ennis' style. Bozy Ennis' approach translates well with Jack Catterall's aptitude and his abilities to execute on a game plan that Bozy Ennis puts together. And Bozy Ennis also a big part of the conversation. He gets to showcase what he can do when he has a cooperative fighter, right? And I say that because I've questioned about whether or not his system translates well in a lot of these other fighters. With Andy Cruz, I'm still in question about it. To be honest with you, I'm in question about whether or not Andy Cruz's approach with the Bozy Ennis system would be effective against somebody who's a little bit quicker, a little bit more athletic, and a bigger puncher than the fighters he's fought in the past, as we saw him get clipped with lesser fighters. So I don't know if Andy Cruz and Bozy Ennis have gelled all the way. I think Jack Catterall was a better example of what Bozy Ennis' system can produce. Obviously, his son is the blueprint to it all. Jerron Boots Ennis is the blueprint, as he's, the biggest and best creation of Bozy Ennis, right? But as Bozy Ennis becomes more popular as a trainer in the space, and he's starting to pick up other champions and add fighters to his stable, questions were starting to surface about how effective his system would be translating into other fighters who weren't training with him ever since they were 7-6 years old, right? And I think he made a bit of a statement tonight with that Jack Catterall performance, that Bozy Ennis is definitely very effective as a trainer, a great trainer, and he was able to make a big difference in Jack Catterall's game. We saw him come from a horrible, boring fight against Harlem Eubanks, who did nothing against him, and go into a fight against Echo Usman and ultimately stop and put him through the ropes. I mean, that was a great performance by him. And of course, Adam Azim looking great tonight as well against a formidable opponent. I feel like in Kurt Scobby, who just got outclassed tonight. Adam Azim working behind a jab. I mean, the jab was just so accurate, putting his punches together well. Great body work by Adam Azim, man. Really able to showcase, that he's a multifaceted fighter, a lot of layers to his game. So Adam Azim, looking forward to see what he does at 140 pounds. It is what it is, man. No doubt, Pop. So I'm going to do that. Hey, guys, we're going to go ahead and stop it right here, man. I'll be back up for the Rafael Espinosa fight. I should be, at least. Don't quote me on that all the way, but I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure that I'm going to be there. We'll talk soon, guys. I appreciate everybody in the building. Please take a moment and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't done it. Make sure when you're subscribing, you're hitting that bell icon so you can get that notification when we're coming back up. Look for the thumbnail for the Rafael Espinosa fight. At this point, it's your boy Clay. This is ATP Combat Media Show. Appreciate you guys riding out with us. Until the next one, we out.
They never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot. Wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime, you don't need to understand.